Good evening. I'd like to start this portion of our meeting. We did start at 5:30 tonight, so the meeting had been called to order at that point. I'd like to welcome all of our guests this evening and thank you for coming in and sharing your thoughts with us. In a few minutes, we will get to the public comments. I know there are a number of people who want to speak to us. We just have a couple items on the agenda prior to that. So, starting with, I need approval of the minutes, and we have minutes both from a regular meeting in July and an additional meeting in July.
I move we approve both minutes.
Second.
Any questions or concerns on the minutes submitted? All in favor of approval, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Next, I need approval of the agenda and any additions or anything.
As written down.
Okay, approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Did you get somebody there, Rebecca? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And at this point, we are to the public comment of our agenda. And again, I do want to thank you for coming in. So the way public comments work, you get 3 minutes to address the board. We really just listen to your concerns. As I look through the notes, many of these are on agenda items that we will deal with later in the meeting. The 3 minutes are going to be timed by Brian sitting next to me. He will give you kind of a wave at 30 seconds left.
Yep.
And if you could kind of wrap it up then so that we can get on with our meeting. So when you come to the mic, if you would please just state your name and your address in the district, that would be great. Starting with John Nettie.
John, you want my actual address or just the area that I live?
The address would be great.
1007 North Cambridge Court.
Thank you.
We've heard a lot, in fact, ad nauseum, that we need to follow the science when it comes to masking and COVID. So I often find myself wondering, what is the science? I have a package here of N95 respirators, supposedly the best mask that you can get. And it expressly says on the package, this respirator helps protect against certain particulate contaminants, but does not eliminate exposure or the risk of contracting disease or infection. That's right, it doesn't. We know that. That's the truth. That's not up for debate. Not FDA approved. It doesn't really protect much. People may quibble and say it may help here and there, but truth is that the COVID-19 virus is so small that it can go through any mask. We know that. That's the truth. I also know that the Wisconsin Department of Health Services has listed that kids 0 to 19 years old during this COVID pandemic, 0 have died. 0. None. There are more deaths for kids because of flu and pneumonia. Yet we never masked in the past, did we? There are 987 new COVID-19 cases in Dane County in the last 2 weeks, according to DHS. There are 488,075 people in Dane County. That means that 0.2% new cases of COVID in the last 2 weeks. 0.2% of our population. So what's driving the new push for a mask mandate? Well, we know through emails that the American Federation of Teachers influenced CDC's school reopening policy. We know that the CDC recently issued an eviction moratorium in contravention of the United States Supreme Court. We know that CDC Director Rochelle Walensky's husband received $5.3 million in HHS grants and has ties to a group that debunked the Wuhan lab leak theory. We know that a study published in the Journal of American Medicine that showed that there's elevated levels of CO2 in masks for kids and can be harmful was retracted, according to the authors, for political reasons. So don't tell me this is about science. This is about politics. I know that it's likely by looking at the people wearing the masks today that the kids will continue to have to suffer for no legitimate scientific reason, so a bunch of authoritarians can feel powerful and virtue signal. I know that Baraboo, being a champion of liberty, decided that masks should be optional. Is that 30 seconds?
Yeah.
Other school districts have followed as well. Benjamin Franklin once said, "Any society that will give up a little liberty to gain a little security will deserve neither and lose both." I and innumerable others will be voting for liberty whenever your seats come up next. I hope you'll continue to vote for liberty now.
Thank you, John. Katie Whitledge, did you want to speak? You filled out a form.
My husband can work for me.
Okay, and I do have a form for him too. Anson Whitledge?
Good evening. Appreciate the ad hoc meeting that you guys have been doing. It's been a lot of information over the last few days with this Delta variant. Some things we know or beginning to realize from the CDC as the effectiveness of this vaccine is not as great as they advertise it to be. It's not stopping vaccinated people from spreading the virus any more than the unvaccinated people. The cycling that they're doing to detect the things, they determined that it was no different between the two groups. So it's the people's choice. If you want to get vaccinated and protect yourself, you should get vaccinated. When it comes to masks, we should expect that this virus is going to have variants. I mean, it's this natural thing for what virologists say is that they're going to mutate. I mean, they want to multiply the best they can, but that does not necessarily mean that they're more pathogenic. I mean, it's not in their best interest for these viruses to kill their host. So to just run back to masks at this point seems kind of counterintuitive, to the point where it's almost manipulative to suggest that if someone's wearing a mask in the vicinity of somebody who tests positive, you don't have to quarantine because you're wearing a mask. That seems to be putting a lot of weight in the mask corner that wasn't there to begin with. And we seem to be completely ignoring the fact that natural immunity is a huge component of this, and we seem to be very scared of being sick, to the point where we are not even exposing ourselves to any of the other viruses that our immune system needs to build immunity. I mean, the doctors that were here the other night at the ad hoc were saying that they have not seen any of these other viruses at all. And to say that that's all because of masks is a little aggressive. I mean, the CDC has just recently, the end of last month, decided that not to recommend using the PCR test anymore. Why? Because they can't distinguish between COVID and influenza. So now we've had all of these testing done that is claimed that it's been tested for COVID, but it does not match. So in the end, I just don't feel like there's enough science there to determine to mask our children. I mean, the cases and the morbidity are extremely low on these kids, and many daycares have not been masking even the youngest kids at all this entire time. Why start masking them now? Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. Laura Gang?
Hi there, Laura Kang. I'm at 1130 Bluebird Trail.
Thank you.
I recognize a lot of faces in this room, and I want to say hello, and I'm not afraid. So first, let me start off by saying that. And I also respect a lot of you, whether our opinions are different or not. So thank you to the teachers and the staff and the administration and the school board. The past year has been filled, oh wait, I gotta put this glasses on, guys, sorry. All right. The past year has been filled with uncertainty, and so much work above and beyond what we should be asking of anyone has been done. My family sees that, and we recognize that, and we thank you, each of you. As a parent, we balance so many things, but the one thing that takes precedence always is physical safety. It may not be your kiddo who gets COVID, and even if they do, it might be minor. But it could be your child's friend or Ella from down the street. Everyone believes it won't be them, and I really, truly hope that's true. But the medical professionals and experts have spoken, and without masking and taking the simple yet effective safety steps for our kids this fall, some kiddo we know will get sick, and possibly not just a little sick. We have the ability to help lower the risk of that happening. Tonight you guys are going to vote, and each of you on the board are here because our community voted and thought you were the best people for the job. I respect that. You have heard from the medical board, experts in their field. I talked about opinions earlier. Those experts, their opinion carries way more weight than mine or yours or anyone else, quite honestly. They are experts. We need to let the experts be experts. We need to set aside our opinions and what we read on Facebook and possibly even politics. The following groups all believe masking is best: the American Academy of Pediatrics, Secretary of Education, Wisconsin Department of Public Instruction, Dane County Public Health, Department of Health and Human Services for Wisconsin, the UW Hospital, and even the CDC. You're going to need to make a decision tonight, and some people aren't going to be happy. But making a decision founded in reputable science is never the wrong choice. Taking guidance from the expert is never the wrong choice. Change is hard, and we might not like it, but our circumstances have changed from 2 months ago. It's time to have the kids wear masks to keep them safe. It's the simplest, most straightforward thing we can do, especially for those under 12 with no option to be vaccinated. When we get sick, we go to the doctor because they're the experts on helping us get better. You may not agree with the first doctor, so you get a second opinion or a third, but ultimately when all the doctors are saying the same thing, it's time to listen. Masks need to be on kids in the school this fall. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Laura. Kira Barclay Buchanan.
A lot of names, sorry.
That's okay.
It's Sierra Barclay Buchanan. And it's,
Sierra.
Yes, Sierra. It's 2005 Cardinal Way. Can you guys hear me okay with this? Okay. Last week, the Medical Advisory Committee provided a clear and unanimous recommendation for universal masking this fall. I am a board-certified emergency medicine physician who has served on the front lines of this pandemic. I'm also a mom with 2 boys in this district. I'm here tonight with another physician mom, and we represent 60 healthcare providers and scientists living in our community who have written a letter in support that I hope you have all read on universal masking in our schools. We're not here tonight to debate the safety of masks or the risks of COVID. Like the others who signed our letter, we rely on scientific evidence, and we stand with the experts in public health and stand with the guidance released by the CDC and the AAP. As a community, we have a lot in common. We want this to be over just as much as you do, I promise you. But the reality is that it's not. We want our children in school. Universal masking is the only way to minimize interruptions, optimize education, and keep everyone healthy. Tonight, we ask that you kindly and respectfully consider our collective scientific and medical wisdom as you vote on this decision. Thank you for your time. I sincerely thank you for all that you do for our children and for our community.
Thank you. Next, Ariel Barak.
Hello, it's Ariel Barak, 905 Winston Way. Good evening, school board members. My name is Ariel Barak. I'm here as the father of 4 children ranging in age from 2 months to 8 years old. I urge you all to accept the recommendation provided by the Medical Advisory Ad Hoc Committee last Wednesday, which you requested. Their strong recommendation was to require masks for students and staff, regardless of age or vaccination status, in all Waunakee Community School District buildings. The detailed presentation at that meeting thoroughly explained the threat of COVID-19 and the unnecessary risks associated with the mask optional policy, given the prominence of the Delta variant. The August 5th data snapshot from Public Health of Madison and Dane County reports that 93% of cases that have been sequenced in July have been of the Delta variant. The Center for Disease Control, American Academy of Pediatrics, and the Pediatric Infectious Diseases Society have recommended 3 strategies: vaccination for those who are eligible, masks for those aged 2 and over, and social distancing where possible. When the board approved a mask optional policy on June 14th, the 7-day average of new COVID cases in Dane County was 7.3. As of August 4th, that 7-day average is now 75, a 10-fold increase, an entire order of magnitude. A decision that may have seemed reasonable in the middle of June no longer makes sense today. Revisiting past decisions based on new data is what all of us should be doing every day. Keeping the mask optional policy will result in disruptions of classrooms due to quarantines and an increase in unnecessary risk to the health of our children and staff. I look forward to a day when masks are not needed. Until we see the number of new cases decline, I ask that you vote in favor of a mask requirement for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Lardell Faust.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak tonight. I'm Chris Lardell Faust. I live at 308 Castle Oaks Crossing here in Waunakee. And I just want to break it down about some research on masks. They've been shown through overwhelming critical evidence to have no effect against transmission of viral pathogens. Penetration of cloth masks by viral particles was almost 97%, and of surgical masks, it was 44%. Even bacteria, approximately 10 times the volume of coronaviruses, have been poorly impeded by both cloth masks and disposable surgical masks. Face masks have become almost ineffective after 2 hours of use, and after 150 minutes of use, more bacteria was emitted through the disposable mask than the same subject unmasked. One must wonder then if new masks worn by healthcare workers that are soiled during wear during a work shift, or soiled by wear during a work shift, transmit more bacteria to patients than from an unmasked healthcare worker, then what is happening to the lungs of the mask wearer. And another comment that I'd like to make is all of the paperwork and everything that we have to go through to administer medicine to our child while they're at school. I don't know whether a mask is a medical device or if it's just a face covering or a dust mask, which is what this research is saying. But if we have to have a doctor sign to have an aspirin or a Tylenol administered to our child during the school day, then how is it that the school board the school board is able to make this medical decision on behalf of my child? Thank you.
Thank you. Greg Gens.
Hello, my name is Greg Gens. I have 2 daughters in the district. Something totally new, not about masks. I'm here today contemplating, is the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Ad Hoc Committee's charge to put forth objective articulable advice to the school board, advising on board-approved concerns, or to push subjective opinion-based narratives designed to create a specific perception to the board to push subjective agendas. On July 26th, the DEI committee was completing a teacher union-created National Education Association opportunity audit. The audit was independently employed by the committee, to my understanding. The audit attempts to measure 47 areas of district performance by classifying each area as does not exist, not apparent, emerging, improving, or flourishing. At 1 hour, 7 minutes, and 52 seconds, the committee spoke about whether staff are included in the decision-making process and the survey results of the audit reported by 77 education staff in the district. The result of emerging was agreed upon, in line with the staff survey result. The conversation focused on staff needing to be heard more by administration and the school board per the decision-making process. At 1 hour, 30 minutes, and 42 seconds, the topic focused on cultural competence and understanding implicit bias. The staff survey overwhelmingly reported the answers of emerging and improving. The conversation diverted from validating the staff results and turned to what message should be reported to you, the board. If the topic was labeled not apparent, quote, then maybe that's good, because maybe that gives us a position to say, no, this is a priority of putting it on the policy committee to come up with a policy for it, end quote. Therefore, dismissing employee input, a practice just negatively spoken about, to subjectively framing an agenda to force you, the board, to action. So are the recommendations from the DEI committee in their upcoming report presentation based on objective analysis? Or will the recommendations disregard the analysis of the employee survey in an attempt to frame the board's agenda? After sitting through the DEI committee meeting on July 26th, I don't know the answer. I don't know if you will either. And I encourage you to review that discussion of July 26th. And I also just want to say, I appreciate everyone that's come here and voiced any opinion. That's what's so great about our country. And I respect every single person, regardless of your opinion, for all coming to participate. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Greg, and thank you for saying that. Melissa Elmanora? Did I murder that name?
A little bit. Melissa Elmanuar. So I'm here again tonight because I want to strongly encourage the board to listen to the Medical Ad Hoc Committee. If you're not going to listen to them, who unanimously said that they are strongly recommending masks for everybody, I don't know what the point is of having any medical experts on any ad hoc committee, because that's what they're there for, right? So tonight, I've already heard several things about misinformation, and so I want to correct some of that. Misinformation, as everybody knows, is a major problem and is widespread, especially on social media. So let me go ahead and tell you about the particle size of coronavirus and the size of oxygen versus the size of carbon dioxide, and explain to you why a mask can actually capture and prevent the coronavirus from passing through, but doesn't prevent oxygen and carbon dioxide from passing into and out of your mask. So first, the coronavirus particles are 120 nanometers. Oxygen, in comparison, is 1,000 times less in size at 0.12 nanometers. So 120 versus 0.12 nanometers. Huge, huge difference, right? And if you want to talk about carbon dioxide is also a very, very small molecule. It is 0.232 nanometers, so just slightly larger than oxygen. The pore size of an N95 mask is generally somewhere between 100 to 300 nanometers. So when we have the virus, and it is typically in some sort of saliva type of particle, and it's being dispersed in the air, it is not the actual size of the virus itself, right? It is surrounded, encapsulated in some sort of moisture, water type of thing. So you can understand why when you have an N95 mask, it traps it from going inside your mask, but yet carbon dioxide and oxygen have no problem passing to and from with your mask. This is why, as a chemist, this is just very basic information. We know that particles have different sizes. We know that this is just something we can absolutely see under actually X-ray crystallography. We can actually measure it. We know what size particles are. So for the misinformation about kids being unable to breathe because they have a mask or masks not working, it is just scientifically, physically untrue. So again, I would strongly recommend the board listen to the experts, because that's what they're there for. And then last, I just want to real quickly mention that I know that the mural, I think, is being talked about today, and it's in the old gym. And I just ask that the board do what people that are of the indigenous community that have asked for the mural to be taken down, that they follow what the people that are of the indigenous community are asking. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Rebecca Cornstead. Welcome.
Thank you. And again, my name is Rebecca Cornstead. I have, excuse me. I have two daughters in the district. My address is 513 April Lane. And I would just implore the board to listen to the experts. All of the parents of every child in the district are the experts on their children, and they know best. The experts that we should turn to for mask recommendations and pandemic recommendations are the CDC, the AAP, and the experts that you all asked to be a part of the ad hoc medical committee. So I would just implore you to please listen to those expert panels and continue, and please require masking for the students that are not eligible for vaccination. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Cass Punzel.
Okay, ready? I think I got it under 2 minutes. Okay. I will admit I never thought much of the mural, one way or the other, even after my child entered the high school in 2019. Then I was educated by people whose identity this was meant to represent. That was enough for me. That should be enough for anyone. There are many symbols and things that once were deemed acceptable, but over time people have learned that they are simply not appropriate. We must change and rise to the challenge of being a welcoming place for all. The removal of this mural does not change the accomplishments of our sports teams any more than it adds to their accomplishments. One would question why anyone would feel fond nostalgia over something that has been an acknowledged racist trope by the agreed upon leadership of the people it was meant to represent. Since when do objects take precedence over the respect and dignity of our fellow human beings? And regarding the fear of censorship, our history has been censored in the past. The current push for more inclusive history, thanks to initiatives made possible by the DEI committee, is the opposite of further censorship. We are only in danger of censorship if we continue not to teach a fuller historical perspective. And this one image painted by one white man ain't it. We, like other districts, are falling far short of Act 31, which is supposed to be increasing the education all of our kids are getting regarding Indigenous peoples. In the absence of all of the changes the district needs to make to fully comply with Act 31, shouldn't we remove the one thing that they have requested? We also host other organizations and other teams for a variety of different events from all over. Do we really want them to come into our home, our school gym, and not see that we honor Indigenous people? The Ho-Chunk Nation, and this is directly from one of their representatives, by the way, speaking of COVID, they were going to have representation here tonight. However, they're all undergoing testing right now for COVID. Anyway, one of the representatives of the Ho-Chunk Nation told me explicitly that they have adopted the policy of governance that advocates for the end of race-based mascots. Not only do they do that, but the National Congress of American Indians, which is the oldest, largest, and most representative American Indian and Alaskan Native organization serving the broad interests of tribal governments and communities, as well, is advocating for the end of race-based tribal mascots. In addition, since a lot of people seem to be very concerned about the American Psychological Association and their studies on these things, they actually came out in 2005 with quite a detailed list of the reasons why these types of mascots are not great. The symbols, images of mascots teach non-Indian children that it's acceptable to participate in culturally abusive behavior and perpetuate inaccurate misconceptions about American Indian culture. Okay, great. There's a whole other list. I invite you to take a look at it. You know, Google's good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Phyllis. Becky Sudabin?
Hi, I'm Becky Sodabin. I have 2 girls that are going to be high schoolers this year. And I wasn't actually going to speak, I just came to kind of listen, but I felt that there was a part of this that's not being represented. I did send an email to you guys, I'm not sure if you read, and that's probably all I'm going to read because I didn't really prepare anything. But I think we're not discussing the individual rights of parents. That, to me, that is the biggest issue we have here. It's not about, there is no way for you to guarantee me that my child wearing a mask next to another child wearing a mask will mean that neither of them get COVID. You just can't guarantee that. We all take risks every day when we walk outside, when we get in a car, there's more car deaths than there are COVID deaths. You know, it's something that we live as free individuals, is that we get to choose how we mitigate our risks, what we do to protect ourselves from skin cancer, to, you know, protect our children in the car, we put seatbelts on them. So we are their parents, and we should choose whether or not they wear a mask, whether or not they're vaccinated, what they do, and how we protect them. That's our job. It's not anybody else's job. And as I said in my email, you are the Board of Education, not the Board of Health. And I really appreciate everything you guys do. I do. And I appreciate that you're trying to keep everybody safe. I just think it's not a possibility. You can't keep everybody safe. So for me, I think we're also not discussing the spike in suicide rates. Having teenagers, I have seen what this has done to them. And the whole, just the change of life. And I get that we all have to deal with it, and we have. And I feel like we all know the risks. I know the risks. I've seen all the news reports. I've seen all the statistics. I know the risks. I also know that there's some promising information about immunity once you've had COVID. And I feel like our bodies do what they do, and trying to replicate that and, you know, trying to fix it without our bodies being able to. I mean, when I was a kid, we all had what? You know, we had the chicken pox parties. Hey, this kid has chicken pox. Let's take her over there. She'll get it. It'll be better for her than anything else. And that was our parents' right to do that. People might not have agreed. I again, this is my thing, is that I do respect every single person here. If they want a mask, if they don't want a mask, I think their child should be able to do that. But my child should also be able to not wear a mask, and that's my right as a parent to choose that for them, or for them to discuss it with me. If they want to wear it, one of my daughters might want to wear a mask. I'm not going to argue with them on that, but that should be a family decision. And we do listen to experts. We listen to our own doctors. I have many family members who are nurses and who are in the healthcare field as well, and I've spoken with them. So I feel like we have the information, and we should be making the decision on our own. And I understand that you're trying to protect the other kids and from my child, but again, you can't guarantee that that will protect them in that setting. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Scott Biba?
Thank you, Scott Biba, 512 Dorn Drive. I have 2 children in the school district, and I just decided to speak, so kind of pulling it off the top of my hat here. So strongly in support of masks. I sent you all an email a couple weeks ago that outlined that with a lot of links on data. The committee last week, the presentation I thought was very well done and gave a lot of information. Children are, you know, this is not just the flu for kids now. Children are dying, especially in southern states where the vaccination rates are low. Children are dying now. We don't want that. The presentation made it clear how it can minimize the transmission, and you know, whether or not it's 100% effective, we don't know that, but it's better than nothing for sure. And you know, we're considering, my wife and I were considering, do we want to even have our schools come to class this year? We need to homeschool now because, you know, because of the risk. If a mask mandate is in place, then we'll be fine with that. We probably won't use public transportation. We'll probably drive them there, but this is very important. And I'm not sure why the ones that don't want masks, why that is so significant for them. I don't know why that is so important to them. You know, there are plenty of decisions that the school board, the school district makes that are beyond the opinions of the parents. You guys make the decisions for safety and all those issues for us, and parents don't get to second guess those. So I think that's in my ramble. Thank you for hopefully enforcing a mask mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. That ends the...
I still wanted to go, I just had to go first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Katie Whitledge, and I live at 1202 Alice Court. Did everybody have a chance to read the PowerPoint I put together? If anybody's interested in this, I can give you a copy. I'm wondering why the Board of Education surveyed the parents of the school to try to discover what parents wanted to do about mask options. I assume you're not allowed to answer my question, but it would appear to me that you care what parents want for their children. And I'll tell you, my husband and I moved to Waunakee because of the reputation of the education in Waunakee. I want to read this quote, which says, "Freedom depends on citizens having the wisdom, courage, and sense of justice necessary to take action when they see government and government-funded organizations overstepping their bounds." I think we're all scared. You're scared to make the wrong choice. We're scared we don't want our kids to get sick, dangerously sick. And I appreciate the medical community that spoke tonight, but what you didn't hear were specific stories of major death and risk. Is it a risk for our child to die of the flu? Of course it is. But I believe, and based on what I've shared in this outline from a lot of other medical sources, are that immunity is so important for our young children. My son is going to be participating in the Waunakee 4K program. That private entity shared that their decision for masks is going to be based on your decision. He spent the height of COVID unmasked. Now, he was in a room with 3-year-olds, but many of them had siblings who are older, and yet the risk is so low. And so I'm here to say, let our kids risk it. It's very manipulative to say, well, what if your child is, or are you going to pick the child who gets the worst of this? That's pretty manipulative. It's like saying, do you want to pick the one child who drowns at the friend's party? It would be devastating to ever put yourself or anybody in those situations. But I agree with the gal who said that it is a parent's choice. If these parents want their child to be masked, then that's great. Please send your child in a mask. But how many of you have been around little kids? How often are they touching their masks and pulling it off all day long? What I think we're not talking about is, what are our benchmarks? What are the goals we have to achieve as a county before we don't have to do social distancing and wearing masks? Nobody's talking about our goals to hit. We're also not talking about a solution. What I outlined in this PowerPoint is an air technology called Synexus. Chick-fil-A is a company that adopted this air technology, originally made for the military to detect dirty bombs. And they found at a low level, it will detect viruses, the cold, the flu, mold, fungus. Now all the Chick-fil-A's have this technology. I've included that solution in here. I own a local business and have employees. I bought this technology from my company because I care about my employees. I ask you to think differently, to think about what kind of solution you can bring to the table. And I think that you have the funds, and our majority, the majority of parents will support your decision to make masks optional for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I have everybody now. I do want to thank each of you for speaking, those of you who spoke, everybody who came. I want to applaud the individuals who spoke about the respect. You know, this is a tough decision, and we don't take it lightly. And we respect each of you, and I hope that you respect each other, because that's what's important. We need to get through this together. It's been a long haul, and we're still grinding away on it. So thank you each for coming. Moving on, we have a teacher update. Do we have teachers here that are going to provide an update? No. We have next any board reports or action items, anything that the board has done since our last meeting that they'd like to share. Okay, moving on. Follow up with the village. They are here. Great. So we have Chris Zellner, the village president, and Todd Schmidt, the village administrator, who's going to give us a little update on a possible move of their venue.
This was their handout.
Okay. A handout. Come on in, guys. Thank you.
Hey, Chris, hey Todd. First of all, I just want to say thank you for being here. I know we've had a couple meetings with Joan and myself. Jack and I had a chance to meet with both of you. And one of the things that came out of those conversations was really an opportunity to want to kind of make a connection with both of you, the village, and particularly as we look at some of the things that we have in common, that we have to share, and some issues that we continue to work through together. So appreciate your time being here and give you an opportunity to kind of give us an update, and we have a handout that we provided to all the members.
Thanks, Randy. Thanks, Joan. Thanks for the school board for having us here tonight. Appreciate the time and working together to make this a better village, as always. I think the school board, village board need to work hand in hand, and we're here tonight basically to talk about the process that we've been going through as a village over the last several years, really predating almost the new library being built, all the way up to where we are today. And I wanted to make sure that you had a good update with great clarity. In our meeting with Jack and Joan and Randy, there wasn't great clarity even at that meeting for all of you at that time where we were actually at. So we need to do a better job of making sure that you're educated on what's happening as well. So I asked Todd to put together some information for you to kind of take you through the process of what we've been doing at the village board level, to make sure that we're going about the process in a diligent way, making sure we're making the best possible decisions for the community, which, as you know, doesn't always happen overnight. So, Todd.
Hi, everybody. Boy, it's been a while since we've been here in this room together, but it's good to see you all. So, the start of the library project, the intention, the desire, the plan of sorts was upon move to the new library, which we're in and we're excited about, would be to sell the old library for some other use and then utilize the proceeds from the old library sale to support paying off of the debt incurred for the new library. That was the plan. So what I want to do is share sort of how that plan evolved and how the village has been working to this point to continue with a plan for reuse of the old library. So despite the plan for a private user perhaps to come and purchase the old library on 5/28 of 19, and now I'm going to the list that you have in front of you, the village attorney, Brian Kleinmeyer, contacted me as we were doing some title search to have ourselves prepared for the potential sale of the building. It's a logical, appropriate step to make sure that you're covering all your bases prior to a sale. He informed me on that date that he discovered the revisionary interest clause within the deed and as part of the title's record search. That same day, maybe an hour or two after I heard from Brian, if not a few minutes after, I emailed Randy requesting a meeting to talk about what we had discovered. That meeting was then held on June 3rd of 2019. Brian and I met with Randy and conveyed all the information we had discovered in the title search, gave him the documents pertaining to that, and indicated that clearly that was going to change how we were going to need to approach the potential reuse of the old library building. The revisionary interest clause called out that if it was a non-municipal use to go into the building, that would revert the upper parking lot back to the school district. Now, if that were to happen for a non-municipal use, certainly the viability of that building as something to be purchased by a private entity all of a sudden changes. The parking is certainly going to be important to a private user. So that also then changed our approach to how we might look at using the building. So on July 19th, about a month or so after we shared this information with Randy, we left the old library. Our library function left the library to the new building. That's when the ball started to roll with things that the village board authorized for staff to work on in consideration of moving, rather than private use for the old library, instead to consider the village hall function at our current location at the roundabout, and move that function entirely to the old library building as a potential new use. So in September of 2019, we engaged an architect to evaluate our current building space at Village Hall, work to understand the size and the use, so then we could translate that use to the old library building. We also, a month later, engaged Creative Business Interiors, both of which good Waunakee businesses, by the way, for design services to begin looking and evaluating the old library for Village Hall purposes. And that kicked off a process that lasted about 5 or 6 months from November of 2019 to April of 2020, a process that we referred to with CBI as a test fit. I want to share, this is the first version of that test fit. I just want to sort of, I know you can't see this, but this is more just to sort of demonstrate the fact that with CBI, we dove into evaluating the space and redesigning the upper floor and the lower floor for Village Hall functions. This was the very first revision, and well, actually, this is like an older one. There's been 6 or so since, and that was worked on until April. Thanks, Chris. April of 2020. In January of 2020, so amidst this process, the village board hired Baker Tilly. Baker Tilly is a local professional services firm to provide advisory services to help us coordinate an RFP process to sell current Village Hall to a user. That RFP was crafted and released on 3/2/2020. On 4/10, the RFP submittals were due. I think if you remember recent history, that very moment between 3/2020 and 4/2020 is when things changed for us, and it certainly changed in the commercial and office market, which we believed would have been the likely users of the current Village Hall. So obviously our thought process there in doing the RFP was the sale of the current Village Hall was going to be a component to funding 2 things. One, the move and renovation of the old library for a future Village Hall, and then whatever remnant proceeds would then support refunding the borrowing for the current library. There's a lot of little pieces here, but despite the tires being kicked by potential users, we received no submittals, and that was not a surprise. What did I miss on that list? Well, actually, recently the village board staff put together a proposal to assemble a virtual meeting, a hybrid meeting solution, with a thought that we would incorporate it into current Village Hall and then take it with us when we move to the old library with the future Village Hall. The village board actually rejected that. They didn't reject the project, but they rejected it for retrofitting the current Village Hall, because their intent, and this is clearly said to staff there, was that would be a waste of money when our intention is to move to a new Village Hall at the old library. So since then, the village board also authorized us to begin the process of making that purchase of equipment, because it's a 6-month lead for the new, anything with a microchip is a 6-month lead these days. But we're now working with the company that had designed that system for the current Village Hall retrofit to instead, and I met with them Friday last week at the old library, to instead plan an installation at the old library for a new Village Hall function once we move. Timing-wise, I'll tell you, to be totally reasonable, it's probably, all things going well, we're a year out, probably before stepping foot into the old library to reuse it for Village Hall. But that's the actions that have been occurring. We've also re-engaged CBI to do a new version of Test Fit, because all of a sudden the office setting is different than it was pre-COVID. We're talking about different public spaces, different barriers between staff and the public, and how we engage the public is also being revised in a retrofit. So that work is happening right now as well. There's a lot going on, and I think maybe if there was failure on the village's part, it was over the course of that process to convey it to you as a board, so you knew what we were thinking, being that the property's right there. We have a lot of joint things together in mind. So I'll accept responsibility for not doing that then, but I'm happy to be working with Chris to share this information with you now. More new information. Sorry, hot off the press, right?
This is why we're a month later than we thought we'd be, Jack.
Yeah, a couple pieces of information are new that are essentially going to support the funding for us to make this move to the old library without the need to have a sale of the current village hall. One is the sale of village land that is currently leased by a senior apartment complex that's over by the Piggly Wiggly. Used to be the senior center. Anyway, long story, the apartment complex wants to reinvest in their property, and they want to own the property beneath it before they make the investment. That makes sense. So they've made an offer. The village has submitted a counter, and we're in the process of assembling the documents to finalizing a sale process with that group. And they're looking to acquire, they wanted to be complete by October. So that is an unexpected income source. We're also looking at creative use of ARPA dollars to support the additional sale and then fund balance to fill out the rest. Together, we expect that will allow us to move Village Hall, remodel the old library for Village Hall functions, and then consider the future of the current Village Hall at a later date, which might be a sale when circumstances are back, or I guess that's to be decided. So that's what affords us to move more diligently today, now, on our process. What else do you have?
So I guess I started this ball a little bit. When we were talking about the parking stalls and, involving a lawyer to define that deed, Chris kind of reached out to me and we kind of got together, and when I heard there was so much more to the story than we knew, I thought it was just really appropriate that we hear from the source that there's a true intent to move to that building, which might help us just kind of put a pause on that whole parking lot issue, because I think we do have a greater intent than we knew at the time. So I so appreciate you coming and sharing that, and I guess I'll open it up if there's any board members that have any questions for Chris or Todd.
So it appears that, go ahead.
No.
It appears with this closing in October, it's probably going to happen within the year as opposed to a year out this year.
I was suggesting it'd be about a year out in best case scenario for us to actually move to the old library.
Understood.
Yep.
Is there still consideration about the food pantry, or will you be taking hold of it?
Go ahead.
Yes, absolutely. That's part of what we're looking at doing. If I think we all, from what I understand, are all in agreement that it's a great location for the food pantry for the folks center of the village. If Village Hall operations, school district operations, the amount of people that are coming into the zone, it makes sense for us to have the food pantry there.
So we still have to clarify the legality on not.
One of the things that Todd, Chris, and I, and Joan, and Jack talked about, there is a point where there is some language within that deed that still needs to be addressed. So as this hall moves forward, if there are some pieces that we need some feedback on from the board, but we definitely need to work in collaboration with the village, because there are some pieces within there that just need greater clarification than what's there.
And I'll leave this list for you, but I don't know if you're going in a closed session tonight to touch on this, but at some point later, I've got a few notes on the work ahead of us to work through the agreements or the partial agreements that we've been able to find. So I think the approach we'd like to do collaboratively with you is to assemble a memorandum of understanding that's going to address what we've clearly shared today, which is that desire to move Village Hall to the old library. We think an MOU could identify steps that the village has already taken in pursuit of the relocation, And we think an MOU could also address the revisionary language in the quitclaim deed. And this is where it's a little tricky in our effort to dig up all the accurate documents from so long ago, because the quitclaim deed refers to an exhibit that none of us have been able to find. That stuff happens. But we can assume what that means, but we think in an MOU, collaboratively, between the village and the school board, we should name that, or you know, put closure to that which we couldn't find, to make certain of that. And then I think an approach that we'd like to ask the board to take is to negotiate with the village a date by which a relocation needs to be completed. So you have a sense of what we're up to and when we hope to complete that by. And I think if we don't meet those expectations, then it's a very reasonable place then for the school board to sort of be at and say, if that isn't met, well, you remember this revisionary clause, I think we need to talk about how that then would pertain. That makes sense. And the village could commit to drafting an MOU and using our legal to start the drafting process and provide it to you on or before August 26th as we look to discuss it with the village board at their next meeting. And I agree with Chris, a collaboration together between the village and the school to engage the food pantry on a long-term solution to serve the community, I think looks good for us all and will serve the community in really positive ways for the long term. So if there's language in the MOU to that effect and how it tends to play with who uses what and how that impacts revisionary interest, an MOU would perhaps be the right place to touch on that too. So. Thanks.
Any other questions before Ted and Chris move on? Thank you very much for coming. I think that, you know, we want to collaborate. We want to work together, and when we find these little hiccups, we should just talk about it.
Absolutely. Thank you again for all you guys do as well. I mean, I will tell you that our plan commission meeting, we got here in plenty of time, Randy. It was a half hour. So we had a great short meeting tonight. So
yeah. Way to rub it in as we leave the room. Chris. Good night. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next on the agenda is a possible schedule for engagement meetings. We've talked about this at a couple different board meetings in the past, and Randy has kind of put together a few ideas, and I'll toss it over to him.
Right. One of the things that we have in our board goals and district goals for the year is to increase engagement on specific topics that we feel are pertinent for greater dialogue, information, and feedback from the community. What we had committed to was to do something like every other month throughout the period of the school year. So what I had done is I just went through and looked at starting in September. I think I just chose like the last Monday of every month. Reason I chose Mondays is one, it's one that we've normally had good luck with having meetings on. Two, it's also one of the nights when we don't have many co-curricular activities scheduled as far as competitions, etc. So as far as engagement of a variety of families, it may be the best options. What I've tossed out there is September 27th, the last week in November, January, March. Obviously, we can choose others, and as we have discussions around things around building, facility needs, operational needs, there may be certain need for additional meetings as well. But what I proposed here was just a number of topics, and what I'm looking for is that we need to really determine is what are those topics that we want to have engagement on. There's definitely more topics here than we would have meetings for this coming school year, but definitely this is a piece that could be ongoing into subsequent years as well. As you've heard public comments for the last number of board meetings, we've had some questions about what's going on with like the DEI ad hoc committee. On our strategic plan, it's titled as Equity and Access of Opportunities. It's where some of that work begins. My recommendation would be that'd be a great place to start in September. I've recommended the September 27th as a proposed date to do that. I just think that would be a place where we could talk about it from a school perspective and then get some feedback from the community on some of the work that is happening around that area within the district. Hopefully dispel some misinformation, also put out information as far as what we're trying to do, and then get feedback on this from the community that can help guide us as a district. And then other topics that I just thought we need to have some discussion around, and I know that these are items that have been in front of the board, curriculum committee or others. Student achievement and interventions, both our students who are struggling and our advanced students. How do we look at achievement of our district? How are they doing? And then how do we intervene to either accelerate students or to help students who we need to help move forward because of some learning challenges? Social emotional learning, I think that's definitely been a topic that has again brought forth some questions. I think that's a pertinent one for that would be one that we could be presenting to the community and get feedback on. Obviously, things around referendum facilities and operations falls into this. Students with disabilities, 504, special education, IDEA. I think just how do those special programs operate? What programs do we have? And some clarity around that. You see those items come in front of the board very frequently. And it may be a piece that we can get feedback, particularly from families that receive those services, and also understanding from the rest of the community of what our duties are and what our responsibilities are. You see we have an English language learners and bilingual program where we're gaining a lot of kids in this area. It's a growing area for us. That would be a topic that I think would be pertinent. Academic and career planning is certainly a piece that we've had a lot of emphasis in over time. Career and technical education certainly is another one with our Fab Lab and other items. And then other items and other topics that would be open to the board. So what I'm looking for tonight is, one, does it seem reasonable to at least start from a perspective of really that equity and access of opportunities? We should have the results of the recommendations from the DEI committee to then have really a forum at the end of September. So I think first of all, I guess I'm looking for feedback. Is that a good place to start and a good time frame?
I guess as one of the board members that really is pushing to have this, I guess, I come out of business and I'm looking for customer feedback. I look at the community as a whole as our customers, and these are great topics that we've heard about around the board, but I guess what I'd encourage anybody here tonight or who's listening is to get with Randy. Are there other topics that we should be looking at, or that we should be talking to, as we move forward? So I'm going to give it to Randy. Throw some work on Randy's shoulders. Doesn't have enough right now, right?
Nothing going on, Jack.
But I think it's important for us to get that feedback on what you guys want to hear for these listening sessions as we move forward. So that would be my comment.
I mean, just to follow up on that, I don't think we need to decide tonight what these are. It's really more of just the concept of wanting to hold these throughout the year. We can, if we are comfortable kind of solidifying the one on September 27th, and that topic being really the equity and access of opportunities in the DEI report, I think that's a place we start. And then between now and a time in November, we see if there's other feedback from the community, and we can kind of weigh in on what some of these might be.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of concern for a lot of parents too, is where do our students stand after last year? So, I don't know. When do we start getting results back from, Tim might know this back there, from the testing that we're doing in this fall?
Yeah, the testing pieces are embargoed. What's the date of embargoes, Tim?
I can look that up and.
Yeah, it's it's early this fall, Brian. There's a point where we get our early results back, we have to vet them, and then they're embargoed for public release until a point in time where they're released on statewide. So that comes
by November 29th.
Yeah, it's definitely by the November meeting. So I
would like to see some of those numbers and talk as, I think parents want to know where we stood after last year. Yep. And get that out in November. So, when we start talking about summer school, we can try to program some stuff if we are shy in certain areas where we should be if we're falling behind.
And when we get those results, that's often a topic we have here at the regular board meeting, so that can be a piece. If we want to target that as kind of that November timeframe, at least right now, that probably makes some sense.
Just a suggestion, but I think
Yeah.
it's something that's on people's minds.
So just to kind of let the public know and picture how this might occur, this is going to be open to anybody who wants to attend, and we would hold it in probably one of our schools to have a much larger space.
Yep. We can do it a couple different ways. I mean, when you look at like community engagement that we've done, and it's certainly not because of COVID issues, but we've had a lot of participation on Zoom. I mean, I had a parent meeting with 400 parents last year. That's never happened. So I guess that's a conversation we have to have is, do we want to do something online where people can engage at different levels without having to specifically go to the PAC, et cetera, for that. So I mean, that's a conversation we have to have is, do we want to do it in person? Do we want to do it via kind of an online medium like that, which sometimes allows greater access and greater participation? So that's a piece we can decide between now and the end of September.
I think you can do both.
Yeah, you can do it blended.
You know, for those
Yeah,
who
you
want
could blend
to
it.
attend, and those who want to participate,
Would that limit where we hold it, though?
We'll figure that out with IT.
Yep.
Yep.
Any other questions for Randy or around this topic?
And I'm open to the topics. If there's items that the board has that you'd like to add to that or thoughts, I mean, right now, I guess my thought is as I said, the equity item first, and then the second item probably makes sense to do the student achievement piece. But if there's other thoughts that people have, let me know. And we'll keep bringing that back, and then we'll set those meetings.
Thank you.
You have a question, Randy, from looking at the facilities part of the agenda. You do have some dates down for a potential public engagement in the second semester.
Yeah.
And so I don't think that one actually coincides with this. Would we be better off having a separate one so that these can be segregated for?
The items you see later on in the agenda around like facility planning, those are truly just markers, and
Right,
were really
right.
put out by our partners at EUA, just kind of scripted them out. So those aren't things that we really calendared. They're just kind of markers, so they can move by weeks.
Okay.
But it just gives you an idea of where we're at.
All right.
But yeah, I would agree, those shouldn't take the place of these, they should be in addition to.
Right.
Because I think this was specific with a purpose in mind on specific educational topics outside of any sort of facility and referendum.
Right. Thank you.
Would you want a motion to schedule the first two meetings then?
Sure.
I'll make a motion that we schedule community engagement meetings for September 27th and November 29th.
Second.
Any other comments or questions on those? All in favor of those 2 days, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
The next item is to kind of take us back to a parent survey that we sent out in June. And I just wanted to do a little follow-up on that to, first of all, thank the families that responded to that survey. I think we had 550 people respond. And, you know, I do want everybody to understand that we ask you to reflect upon where we were and how we might use that as we move forward. And again, the landscape and the whole situation is a continually changing target. But I don't want to lose sight of some of the things that came out of that survey and some of the information that I think already has been used. A big item that came out a number of times is communication and the importance of communication. And thank to Annie Blackburn for really stepping up and giving families, I think, a lot more communication than we had prior to COVID. And I think that that's a really good thing, and I want to make sure that we continue to do that. Something that came up that Brian just mentioned, our academic needs. We heard that in the survey, and I know that there have been board discussion and within the budget committee and then back at the board, we really talked about trying to keep our teacher-pupil ratios minimally smaller than in the past so that we might be able to hook into some of those learners that might have some deficits. We hired a number of new interventionists in both of our reading and math categories to kind of reach out and help some of those academic needs. When we got those survey results back, I know that they were shared with administration and with the board, and I guess I would like to just see if there are board members that want to add anything to what they found. I guess there were a few topics that I specifically picked up besides the communication. There were a number of people who said, I do hope that there is some orientation for students who haven't been in the buildings for a whole year. There's that apprehension, they've been sitting home, some of them were in kindergarten last year, so they're like new to our buildings completely. And I want to just state that and make sure that our administration and that we have a plan for those kids who are either moving to a new building because they were virtual the whole year last year and they're a year beyond that initial move-in age. And again, the communication. So, I guess I just want to open it up to other board members if there are any specific things that you want to make sure our administration hears in reference to the survey. Because again, I think it's great to look at what happened last year, but how can we use that information to help us move forward?
I had the section that I had was all elementary, and I think one of the pieces that came forward was in some way we could have Zoom parent conference, parent teacher. Whether we have that in addition, but I know that it's hard sometimes for parents to get in and talk, so if we could incorporate that somehow, came through in the parts that I read.
All of mine were completely different. I had no elementary kids in the survey. Some people put a ton of time into that survey. A lot of it were very thankful for the teachers, the flexibility, which was good. The biggest negatives, obviously, the mental health aspects and the lost time of learning. So, without question. At the same time, things were all over the place. It was amazing how communication was really great. Your communication was horrible. You could have that same thing going on. So I think it could be how much the parents or the public put into it as well. But, and it was just the way the format was. It's so wide open. I think it's really tough to understand what to do with that data, but I think it's important that we do something with it.
Mark.
I'd just like to piggyback to the point about communication. Again, I think I was high school and it was kind of yes, no, great, not so great, but where we've had, I think, the negative experience from certain families, I think that creates a warning light to me that at least we need to be attentive to make sure we're all being consistent in how we respond to the public as a staff or as a building. That somehow the message for the communication didn't work, and just to make sure we're doing the right things administratively and staff-wise and what have you. And then the other thing that Rick was probably the loudest was try to make the school year as normal as possible. And I think everyone's trying to do that, but that was the big bell bringer for looking forward. What do we need to do?
Yeah, I have to agree. I think communication was the biggest issue that I saw. And, we were probably a little blind to it because we had heard and seen and read everything that we were doing. And so I always felt like communication was good, even though we added some things to our communications director and with Randy doing some videos for the staff. I felt like we were putting out good information and timely information. But again, it could have been from our standpoint. We've been seeing it, living it, talking it around this group, so we were in tune, but we just didn't get it out there as clearly as we needed to. So we're taking some steps this year with our community involvement and discussions, so.
You know, community engagement is hugely important to all of us. And, you know, last year we did some virtual listening sessions. I think the listening sessions that we're planning this year, the community engagement around specific topics, again, it's our attempt to get your voice and to hear from you. And, you know, the survey may have had some weaknesses in how it was designed, but again, it's our attempt to hear from you and to try to, you know, use your voice and your information as we move forward. Jack, any comments?
Yeah, just to reiterate, you know, as we go through these listening sessions are for the public to get information. So please, you know, get the information to Randy so that we can really meet the needs of the community, and you can help guide where the district goes going forward.
John, comment.
Yes.
I mean, so I think we heard it from some parents tonight in terms of the survey. We've heard it in the past too, as well as maybe in putting out the survey, we need to have, this is what the expectation is, or when we get these results is what we're going to do. Too often we're putting the survey out. What happened? You know, what was the result of it? Or, well, here the majority was this, but it didn't even matter. So you're going to turn off a lot of parents and say, why do I even bother? And so somehow, if we put out surveys, we got to keep that in mind and make sure that we deal with it. And it's a difficult thing, but maybe keep it a little bit smaller in focus and say, this is what we really want to know.
Yeah,
So.
and that's a valid comment. I mean, I appreciate that. Any other concerns? Again, I wanted to do some follow-up to that survey, and again, I appreciate all the people who took the time, and as was said, a lot of time was put into responding, so thank you. Moving on, unless anybody else has anything to add, to COVID-19 related updates and decision around our fall plan.
The first thing I want to do is just, before I even get into data, I just want to talk for a second. Tonight we have to make a decision. I mean, I'm going to be presenting in just a few minutes a little bit on data, just so we kind of have a grounding on where we're at today. I'll share some of the items as far as other protocols and things we'll do for the school year. And our intent and our goal is, I think, has been articulated, regardless of kind of where your opinions are on masking or any of the other pieces, is to get kids in school and have our teaching them 5 days a week. That's number one. So that's from my perspective. I think that's some of the things you were hearing from the survey you just talked about was, let's get our students back in school, because that's the place where we can teach them best and have the greatest impact on them. So from my place, that's I think where we start. I think that there was, I think Mr. Gens, you mentioned it with regards to just respect for everybody, because no matter what decision's made in 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half hour from now, I've got half the room happy and half the room not. But we're all community. We all got to come together, and we all got to help our kids to find that place where there's no topic I did not want on the August board agenda was COVID. If you really think about it, when we went back and we talked about medical advisory back in June, we were hoping to sunset this whole piece and move forward going into the school year. Yeah, for multiple reasons, regardless of kind of where people's beliefs are, we still are having the conversation. But it is here, it is a piece that we have to address. I just ask for us, community-wise, to look at it, regardless of where this decision falls, that we support our kids to the best ability that we are, because that's the commitment I'll give that we're going to do as a school district. Our job is to educate the kids, and that's the piece that we're going to be, we need to be getting to that work over the next number of weeks as we welcome, we have 25 new staff members coming in teaching-wise. We have all of our staff coming in 3 weeks, and we're looking forward to that. So let me jump to some of the data pieces. And Rebecca, I know we had some of this is kind of last message is added here with regards to our data sheets. Many of you have seen this before. I'm just going to hand this out, and I apologize to the public. I don't have this on the, I just printed it because I felt you needed some context. So if you go all the way just to today, Rebecca, keep going. I can control it. Let me run it. It's very small, but let me just talk about it. There's the 2 dates we have here. This is August 8th and August 9th. When Chris pulled this information this morning, I think it was probably about 9 o'clock this morning. So that was the raw data off the DHS site. The one that probably has the most accurate information is probably 8/8. It just shows you had 4 new cases of COVID on August 8th. You can see back, this tracks every day going all the way back. It's just tracking information off of the Department of Health Services website for the geographic area of our school district. So that's the data piece we're pulling. This isn't school district kids or anything of that nature. This is the 20,000 residents that live from the North Shore of Lake Mendota up until we hit the Lodi district. I mean, that's kind of the geographic area. It's about 20,000-ish people that live in that framework. So when you look at that over the course of, you see the new positives here, and 686, you had 4, then you had a 0, you had a 4, you had a 1. You go up into last week, we had a high of like 9. You go 3 weeks ago, we were 0s and 1s. So context of what does that actually mean? You have to kind of put into kind of these averages. And that's part of the piece that we've tracked over time is this positive 7-day average. I think last week when we were talking at medical advisory, we were at like 5.5. Yesterday we were at 3.14. If you go back into some of our times in July, we were at 0.27. So one of the things I just handed out to the board, and I'll hold off, and I'm not a huge fan of these, but it's at least something you kind of work from. This is from the CDC. It's about COVID level of community transmission. So if you have to go all the way over to this column, 7-day new cases per 100,000. So you have to extrapolate our data out. Total number of cases in 7 days, you add that together, and then you extrapolate it out to if your population was 100,000. So generally it's multiplied by 5 for real simple math. So you can see from like yesterday you were at 109, day before that 124, 168, we were like in 190s here last week. And if you kind of go through, you kind of get back into a few weeks, you can see we're down in the teens, 9s, 4.97. You can kind of see how it's just fluctuated over time. The only reason I show that is at least gives you a context. I think right now the number in Dane County today was like 107. So that falls in the high transmission area. Right now we're at 109. The high transmission goes at anything over 100. Now if you go back to medical advisory, let's go back a year. The conversations we had with them at that point, and the piece that I believe all of our medical folks shared with us was a matter of following what some of your numbers were over time, your ability to then operate school. That was the big conversation a year ago, was are we opening school, how are we going to operate? It's just extrapolated differently now. We've made a decision, we are opening school, but now it's what are the protocols you have in place. And the piece that was shared was mitigation of risk. What's your risk tolerance? We had that conversation throughout the entire school year. When we brought back K2, we then brought back 3-4, brought back our students at the semester. And then as we brought people back the last quarter of the school year, we had sports going. All of those things had a mitigation factor where you had to decide where did you feel that your risk tolerance were. And our medical advisors gave us advice on that. And then from the local data that we tracked, and then from kind of the positions around our table is where decisions were made. So that's just from a context of really what this data actually looks like, how it looks in comparison to this, and then as we make decisions and we start to move things forward, I think that's the piece you kind of wrestle with. Now, from my perspective, the one thing that I want to be able to do is I want to be able to teach kids and I want to keep them in school. And that's my one goal. So keeping that in mind as we move forward, that may impact kind of some decisions we make, but I think that's a piece we have to decide to what level is that risk real, and to what degree do you feel that things are going to change over the course of the next month until school starts into the future. So let me talk about some of the things that we are going to do, and then let me talk about a few things that we have information on. So Rebecca, can you pull up this slide? This is our mitigation slide. Like I said, one of the things that we want to be able to do is keep kids in school. That's what our goal is. Full-time, 5 days a week, we're committed to that. There's a couple things that came up with regards to kind of the survey we put out with regards to our K-6 level, which was really with regards to running cohorts. So let me talk about that first of all. And I just want to provide a little bit of context, and I state this with all respect to the board who asked for that data. And Mark, you and I have had a conversation about this since then, is that was really kind of a piece that was put forward to see, is there a way to kind of navigate the world of parents wanting children to wear masks versus those who wanted it as optional? And then how do you organize that? And I think the conversations that we had the night that was discussed really revolved around, is that a good thing to do to separate kids that way? And what we ran was a survey. It wasn't a survey to see who wanted masks and who didn't, even though that is part of what you can extrapolate out of there to a degree. It certainly was meant to be looking at feasibility. And feasibility in my mind is twofold. One of it's numeric. So when you look at the numerics of it, as I shared at medical advisory last week, I mean, those numbers, if it was just a random assignment of kids, certainly has feasibility. I mean, you have 27% of our students in K-6 who would like to be in a classroom that requires face coverings. 23% had no preference. 47% at the point in time when this was given asked for masks to be optional. So that's not a piece that I have in your packet, but if anybody would like to see the raw data, I'm happy to share it with them. The other piece, though, that comes out, and this is a piece that I worked with our principals on and heard their feedback on very loud and clear, this isn't a good educational model. If our focus is on teaching kids, this is assigning kids where our number one criteria for why you're in a classroom is based on whether you're masked or not masked. When we assign kids to classrooms, we do so based on many different factors. Many of them are educational related, are grouping related, are kids that are in accelerated classes, special ed classes, dynamics of kids, trying to balance out males, females, etc. It's absolutely a process that's an educational process with a decision for how you group children. And so from my perspective and the respect of my principals who work very hard to do this, and the staff who provide input to this before they leave for the summer, it certainly is an option to be able to do numerically, but I would not recommend it educationally. So from my educational hat, that's not the way I think we should be looking at it. I think in my mind, it's certainly, if the board is wanting to explore that, we can have further conversations. But I think your question really comes down to, that's not what I would say is in the best interest of our kids. That being said, let's walk through some of the other protocols that would be in place. Certainly, we're going to be having a conversation at decision point on face covering. Physical distancing is what we're going to encourage that where possible. We have class sizes that range anywhere in the elementary from probably right now, I think our high is around like 24. You have some lows of like 17, 18. We're going to distance kids to the degree we're able to. The high school, as we have classes that flex within our spaces, generally we can maintain that 3 feet to, generally is what is traditional normal seating. That's what we're going to be able to do. If we have a class that has 10 kids in it, we'll spread those kids out. I think that just makes sense. We'll also continue to be encouraging things like hand washing and then attendance and making sure that if you're sick, you stay home. One of the pieces that I think has come up is with regards to contact tracing. I mean, it's definitely a place I never thought as a school official we'd ever be working in that space, but it's definitely been a piece that as we have to try to, I guess, play defense against some of the things that are out there with regards to COVID, and we have pieces where public health is contact tracing and creating quarantine situations, and just outlining exactly what that means. And then what's expected of us internally as we have to do that. For some of that is determining who are the kids that fall into close contact situations. So many of us are very familiar with the definition of within 6 feet for 15 minutes or more. That hasn't changed. The only thing that's really changed a bit is what happens with quarantine, and that's kind of the bottom part here. And there's two different pieces that have shifted since last spring. I mean, one of those is if you're fully vaccinated, you do not need to quarantine. So regardless of what decision the board makes with regards to masking here tonight, from a quarantine perspective, as it sits right now, a student who is vaccinated would not need to quarantine. So when you look at like WIAA guidelines, a lot of their pieces are encouraging vaccines. Now, we're not in a position to be doing that, but they're pushing that as part of their guidelines that WIAA puts out, because they're trying to service 426 districts on a statewide level. Their quarantine pieces are identical to what we have here. What's articulated through DHS, CDC, and Public Health Madison-Dade County are the exact same ones that we're being held to with regards to participation in our co-curricular activities. The other piece that you have under a separate scenario is the other way that you're determining quarantine is whether you're masked or not. If both people are masked, then there is not a need to quarantine in that situation. So those are two different scenarios that we didn't have at our disposal last year that have changed since the last time we really talked about quarantining and contact tracing. We can go on to the next page.
Randy, would you mind a question on that point?
Oh, sure.
How would we be able to determine if a student had been vaccinated? Since
right now, that would be part of our contact tracing process, which would then be, it's a call to the parents and a discussion with the parents.
So they would have to disclose if the student had for us in order to take that into consideration.
We had a situation this summer where that actually happened, and we had to do that follow-up, and then parents were able to articulate that status, and then we were able to then determine who needed to be quarantined or not.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Rebecca. A few things that just are more operational that I think are important for us to just understand. As far as the lunch pieces, we're running our elementaries really similar to how we ran lunch last year, where we're keeping our homerooms together. We're having kids kind of sit where they're facing the same direction. So very similar. There's a couple modifications at a couple schools that is based off of things that they learned last year. 7th through 12, that was a piece we did talk to medical advisory about. There's a couple things that are just a little different with 7-12. One, when we did all the tables last year, it was only with about 85% of our population. So now that you are looking at really more students, and we are gaining students this year, that same process really is very challenging to do, just based on those a few additional numbers. Last spring, we were also going into a time where we had warmer weather, and now we're going into a fall where it starts to move the other direction. So initially in the fall, that might work. We are looking at what some of our other colleague districts around are trying to do with that. We don't have a specific plan for it as of today. We'll be talking about it over the next week, but it could be some sort of a hybrid between what we would normally run as our regular density of seating and maybe some lower density seating for students that choose to do that. But lunch is probably one of our higher risk areas because you do have everybody unmasked eating and potentially looking at how you face each other. But that's definitely a piece. We're just trying to do the best we can with keeping our operations moving forward. So that's a piece that's a bit in the works, but generally you can expect that K-6 would look similarly to how we did last year, and 7 through 12 would probably look a little bit different, but we'd still have some efforts in place. Recess and outdoor activities, I don't think that in any of the research that we've looked at or any of the folks they've had concerns about the outdoor activities, so we're looking to run those. That's a piece where there would not be any sort of a masking requirement, or at least that I've seen. And then also with regards to not keeping the cohorts of kids together like we did last year. So if you go back to last spring, kids were masked and kids were kept in their homeroom groups. What we're projecting, what we also talked about with medical advisory last year, was no longer needing to do that, really running recess in more of a normal fashion. Transportation is the one that I shared last week, that we've learned some additional clarity on really what the CDC and the federal requirements on public transportation require. And there was clarity that does apply to school buses. So from a school bus perspective, that is a piece that we do need to have students masked on the school bus. It's also a piece that we've vetted out and discussed with our provider, Lamers, who has the same opinion. And I see through the WIAA regulations, they quote the same pieces, that is a guideline that is recommended. So from our perspective, that is one that we do need to adhere to, regardless of the decision that's made on a general sense here tonight. The COVID dashboard pieces, I think as parents have looked at, feedback over the summer was, I guess I would just say we have been continuing to track our data. As we get into the school year, we will put our dashboard back up by school, and you'll see that posted on a weekly basis. Some of the other pieces, as far as symptom monitoring, we're not going to do the slips like we did previously. We will just basically articulating to families that if your child is ill or exhibiting symptoms, that you do need to keep them home. In relation to that, and later on, I will be talking about, we are working with the state of Wisconsin and DHS on their testing program. Partially the reason I wanted us to take a look at that was in the event that we have kids who are symptomatic, or we have kids that do end up getting quarantined, having an easily accessible way that we can provide testing to get kids back in school the quickest. Right now, we are waiting for our assignment of a vendor, and once we have a vendor, some of the concepts we'd like to explore is the possibility of like a drive-up period of time where we would set a time period where families would know every night where you could get tested and then how that process could get the results back and get kids back in school. But that's for anybody. That again would be anybody who might be a close contact, or if your child wakes up and has the stuffy nose, sore throat, any of those things, you can get a clarification so your child doesn't have to sit out and get that test in a rapid fashion. Our volunteers, we're looking to continue to need volunteers. We want to expand our volunteer use to really going back to more of our traditional use of volunteers. They're definitely a very important part of our elementary program, and however we address our protocols with the adults in our building is what we would adhere to with our volunteers as well. And then obviously the cleaning, hand washing, HVAC, all of those expectations are continuing to remain similarly to how we did them last year, so those really aren't any different. So from the respect of our protocols, that really summarizes it generally. A few things just to articulate curricular-wise. We are looking at delivering our curriculum in the very traditional way. We are offering a virtual option for parents. It has not been broadly sought out by our families, but it is certainly an option that is there. The one piece I want to articulate is that we aren't able to do the same type of flexibility as far as we were at last year, as far as we're not doing the current teaching model at the secondary level, where you have a group on Zoom and a group in front of you. I mean, that is a very difficult model to continue to teach in. We're going to be teaching the kids that are in front of us, and if a child has to be out, certainly we're going to support them with their learning and help them get caught up for anything they missed, but we're going to have to be treating that in a more similar manner to how we would if a child was ill. At the elementary level, I mean, one of the pieces that it'll be very similar to that there. We don't have a specific teacher who's an online teacher that we can direct kids to. The one piece is that under certain circumstances, there would be a potential that an entire class could get quarantined. And if that were the case, then there would have to be some shift instructionally with that teacher. But certainly we're trying to, that's one of the pieces that we want to try to mitigate as much as possible.
So with regard to the 712 programming, that's what I'm most familiar with. In the past, what is the policy in terms of you've been taking it, but you're dissatisfied with it and you want to come back? Is it pretty much a semester decision? That if you're on a virtual...
For the online piece?
Right.
In the elementary, it's probably got some greater flexibility. Tim, I'm going to kind of point to you. The question was with regards to flexibility to alternate in and out at the secondary level. And I'm not sure exactly how that's specifically set up with our vendor.
So it really depends which way it's going. If a student's in virtual, whether they're in, once we're past, I think, I'd have to go back and check my calendar, I'm going to say a 4-week mark. We're committed from a cost perspective. It's a sunk cost, whether the child stays or remains. So if they really want to come back, regardless of the time, it doesn't have the funds are committed. And so we would be flexible. Now, the courses that kids are in, even when they are close to our title, are going to be different in some respects from our local courses in terms of pacing. So that's a kind of a decision-making conversation we would engage in with the student and their families. Now, in terms of moving in, there's a point, even with the flexibilities, and there's a lot of flexibility. If a kid's behind, they can enter and they can catch up. We're usually a little past the halfway point in the term is when they close down enrollment for network sections. Now, I would say where we have our own teachers instructing, we would gain some greater flexibility. But that's a rough sense of the timelines. Does that help?
It does.
So clarity, the virtual option is not taught by our own teachers or through our own program. It's outside.
So from the beginning, our model was to do our pre-registration surveys. Where we had sufficient interest in a course at any grade level, which if you think back to our budget planning documents from a few months ago, we placed that at 15. Now, if push came to shove, could we look at it a little differently? But 15 is what we had in your planning documents. If we got to 15, then standing up a standalone virtual section with local curriculum facilitated by our teacher wouldn't necessarily spike numbers so greatly in the other sections. So that was why we set that. The level of interest we've had in the virtual option has been significantly below that. So we never got anywhere close to having the discussion of, well, we said 15 for the budget, but could we trim that a little bit? Weren't even close. So instead what we're having are more of the traditional e-school network classes that we've engaged in middle school and high school to a reduced degree for the last decade, where you have a course package that's designed to be delivered asynchronously and virtually, but there is an instructor. The instructor interacts correspondence-wise, and these days you might have a check-in meeting that would be by Zoom, but there's no synchronous instruction the way you would think about it in other modalities. But the instructor is providing feedback, and the instructor is available for conversations, and the instructor provides a grade. And I just point that out because there are other packages out there that are very computer-based, without a lot of human interaction. That's never been the model in the eSchool network. But it's also not the model which we would have seen last year, where there is a significant real-time interaction.
Right, and I just wanted to make that clear for everyone that it's not what we did last year.
It's not what we did last year. Had we had interest, we were prepared to do that, but the levels of interest did not support that.
That's really the conclusion of my report as far as what our protocols and once we have a decision here tonight, there are a few follow-up pieces that we may need to discuss.
So the item obviously that is left to decide on is the face coverings. And as a board, I don't know if you want to do that in two groups, K6 and then 7-12, or if you want to take it as a lump sum.
Well, do you want to start it as a motion, or do you want to start it as a discussion?
We could go around. I think that in the past we have done that, David, kind of gone around and people have kind of weighed in, and then maybe at that point we can decide if there should be one motion or possibly two. So, anybody want to start?
You're looking at me. I'll go first.
All right, David, thank you.
All right, that's always the hard thing. And besides, last year I got to cheat and go last, so. I think the hardest part about this has been we've had so much community input, which is great. You wish you had it on every issue. But here the community input is extremely divided, and we've all seen the 8 million arguments both ways, 8 million medical studies that I'm amazed there's that many medical studies going on all over the world constantly on one issue. But there were several major points that came out, and I really appreciated the Medical Ad Hoc Committee, the UW, spending the time to take some of those very specific issues and look at them and give their opinion on answering those questions. But there were a couple they didn't go near because it's not a medical issue, but it's an important issue for parents and students and us to consider. And the one that would seem to trump everything, if it is real, is the overstepping our bounds. It's a rights violation. It violates the Constitution and those type of issues. We've already seen the Wisconsin Supreme Court made it clear in their ruling that certain counties, the state health cannot sit there and say mandating masks. They said that. But at the same time, they left it up to school boards. They did not say school boards can't do it. So at least as far as the Wisconsin State Constitution, they answered that question last year. But then just as a general question about freedom, which has been stated a lot, I guess I'll go back to Jack's thing about private business is leading the way. They've made it very clear. Vaccines and masking is how they intend this. A lot of businesses are saying that's the way we're going to go forward. We have to do it in order for our business to keep operating. And we're seeing that popping up constantly, whether it's Epic, whether it's the county, whether it's the airlines. They're all doing it because they want to keep operating. They don't want to shut down. So I think as far as a rights violation, I just don't see that being there for us. If it was, there'd be lawsuits against Epic right now, and there's not. A second question that came up a lot is we have to live with this forever now. And it's true, this virus doesn't die. Getting the vaccine doesn't kill it. It's always going to be there. And there's other viruses that have always been there, like polio is always there. My mom had polio as a kid. She missed the vaccine by just a couple years. And unfortunately, she's been disabled her whole life because of it. But the polio vaccine and the stuff they did to get rid of it worked. It squelched it. Does it mean kids keep having to get the polio vaccine? Well, of course they do. Because if you don't get it in an area, eventually it pops up again. But you're not seeing the polio vaccine change as fast as you're seeing COVID. Why? Because we haven't suppressed it enough yet. And that's part of the problem. You have to suppress it first before you stop the constant mutations. So we do have to live with it, but there's going to be a point where we can live with it without masks and not have to worry about the next Delta, Gamma, Foxtrot, whatever the next version is. And one of the best things that's happened, and we saw it this year and a little bit this summer, is there's been little to no spread in schools. That is absolutely correct. but also schools are one of the few places where you see 100% mitigation efforts being done. You don't have a mask requirement where somebody walks into a restaurant and somebody decides, I'm going to stand around without a mask. They're not going to be sent out of the building as much. But you see it in schools. K-12 is one of the few areas where if they're going to run masks, they run masks, and they all wear them. And I think that's why. It's not schools are immune to COVID spread. It's schools are one of the few places that do really good mitigation efforts, and therefore you see very little spread there. So if we decide to not do mitigation efforts, I don't think you're going to see the same results as we had last year. You're going to see more spread. And when we talk about what is the science, behind all this, when you have doctors at the UW who work on this all the time willing to come here and not just send you a letter or see a survey or see a study on the internet, they came here and they answered every single question we asked. And they spent the time walking us through it all. And I gotta say, I was impressed by the letter of 58 doctors and nurses just in the Waunakee Community School District all signing on saying, require masks. I didn't see a 58 or even 5 medical people in the community saying don't. But the medical people in Waunakee who work with this all the time are saying, do this and you'll be better off. And when you talk about the science, to me, that is the science. At some point, the people who work on it and have to work with the patients every single day, they all tell you that in such a resounding voice. At some point, you got to listen to it. And then the final point is what Randy said. It's about keeping students in school as much as possible, face-to-face with their teachers. The one thing on everything we've seen that is such an extra burden on our school, on our staff, on the administration, is quarantine. Something we should never have to be doing. But it costs us time, money, and worse, costs a lot of student contact time. The one way to say we won't have to do quarantining is if both people involved in a close contact are masked. For that reason, I'm going to support that every school building should be required to have masks. Every indoor activity of the WCSD should require a mask. And that way, we don't have to quarantine, we don't lose hours, and whether you believe in the spread or not, every student is in school every day possible. That's the way I'm looking at it.
Thank you, David. Other board members that want to weigh in?
Dave did a great job at that. So, I've talked to a lot of people over the last couple of weeks and looked at a lot of research myself. And people have made some good points that made me a little bit more curious. Some of the information that people were sending were from political sites, from transcripts of discussions. That's not research. It's a type of research, but it's not the research we're trying to look at. In the research I did, looking at peer-reviewed medical journals from around the world in the last 6 months, I couldn't find what they were, the facts that people were putting out. I think the medical ad hoc committee, I think the people here who basically said you brought them in to be the experts in the field, to listen to you, and we've gone against some of the things that they've said. We didn't agree with everything, or we thought that there was a good time for us to take a break, especially this summer. But they're 100% right. I think we need to take just the necessary precautions. This little thing, we're going 5 days a week, full time. It's not affecting activities. All right, we're going to have a football season. We're going to have a volleyball season, and as it was last year. It's just these things that you wear in your face. All right, I disagree that our job is only the education part. We have to provide education in a safe environment. That's why we hire crossing guards. That's why we have locked doors to our schools. That's why we have cameras on the exterior of our buildings. Why we have lifeguards is to keep kids safe while they are in our hands. Okay? If we don't require masks for this simple, take this simple step to require masks for everyone and our staff, just hopefully for a few more months, I think we're not providing a safe environment for our kids. And we're going to have people missing full-time school. So I agree with Dave. He did a great job of hitting the points. And I've talked to several students too. They're like, I'm fine. Let's go back to school. I can deal with it. And they're making their choices on their own. Kids who work at grocery stores, kids who work around, in fast food, they don't have to wear them, but they started to about 2 weeks ago. So I think we're seeing our kids make their own choice on where they feel comfortable. So, and there's the opposite way too. People who choose not to, but I don't think it is, and believe me, I deal with a lot of attorneys, and there is not a constitutional issue here. All right? It's passed down to be able to be at states and local jurisdictions to be able to take care of a public health issue, and this is a public health issue. So I agree. I'm going to follow not Dave's lead, but I'm going to believe in what Dave said and vote for K through 12 and all staff within our district buildings.
So parents spoke, we heard. I have no doubt that they want what's best for their kids, just like everyone else has said. I trust them and that they want to keep them safe. They're looking at data. They're looking to what they believe as experts. They're following their advice. Both sides are doing that. It doesn't, and what I have a hard time in today's age, just like you said, you can look at all information. I trust them. I don't trust most things nowadays. And that's a sad thing, but it's true. You can hear whatever you want, and you better do your own investigation. It was interesting, that medical ad hoc meeting I sat and I watched it, and I have a little bit different take on that. It's right in here, that bullet point number 1, masks. It's a fact that masks work. Holy cow, I didn't know that. Have you seen data that showed that masks actually work? I looked. I thought if you could find that data, it would be right out there blaring that they work. I did find a study that claims that they do work. This was done by George Webby. He's from Iowa University. And they actually went through, this is the kind of stuff I was looking for. It says community use of face masks in COVID-19. Evidence of a natural experiment of state mandates and how the effect is on there. I won't go through the whole thing. I don't know if anyone's ever looked at it. But what it does, again, I won't even go into that. It doesn't even tell me what states are used. It gives a demarcation of when the study started and then what happened after that. Never mind the fact that it is from about March to the end of May. You're going to see waning cases anyway. They looked at states and they mixed both masked and unmasked in here. That's what was really confusing to me when you look at it. And anyone can look at this. But they just give the evidence that it goes down. You know how much it goes down? At most it goes down 2% of spread. How can we say that that is protecting everyone so much better? The transmissibility in vaccinated people, they're also transmitting it because it's protecting you from getting a real serious case, but the data is showing that it's not killing the virus. You're still able to transmit it. So I'm pretty confused as to why all of a sudden masks are the savior and we don't have to, as long as you're masked, you're good. So I'm really confused with that. Now go back to the kids. I want what's best for my kid. We've talked about medical health issues, but we never even, we know it's really bad for them, but they can get through it, they're tough. Bull crap. There are so many instances, I've experienced myself, where this is like a serious deal with them. And when you talk about a very, I'm not going to downplay that some people die from this, but that is a less impact. If everyone's wearing a mask, 100% of the kids are affected by that mask. You can't tell me that they all have the same, oh, it's okay kind of experience. Baloney. There are kids that are impacted by that. It's affecting their lives. This is our only time. We all grew up. We're older now. I look back on my childhood as a great experience. I've had kids now that missed out on a lot of those, and it really ticks me off. So, last year we talked about masking, and we had to go through this. Once we were masking, it turned into more things. Oh, geez, they were masking at school, but they were off school, and so we found those kids, and they're in trouble now too, because it's going to turn into all these kind of issues that we cannot have. I am in no way in favor of masking going forward. We need to leave it an option. We need to leave it up to parents to decide for themselves. If you want a mask, go ahead. That's what's happening tonight. People are masking because they want a mask. If you don't want a mask, don't mask. That's the choice that needs to happen here. So.
You know, I guess, you know, I sat through the medical advisory committee, and I really appreciate, you know, all the support and the information and so forth that was presented. You know, I think one of the things that you can do is use data to, you know, make a point. And one of the things that, you know, really came out and stuck with me is, you know, the MIS-C, MIS-C, which is the inflammatory organs and so forth. And, you know, the number that was thrown around was 4,100 cases. That's the U.S. So I went to the CDC site and said, geez, you know, this must really be bad. What's in Wisconsin? And when you look at Wisconsin, you know, they break it down between 50 and 100 cases. We've got 850,000 students, you know, in Wisconsin. You know, and one of the things that was brought out is, do you want to sit at the baseball game and pick out one of those students that's going to get this infection? And I don't want to be that person that says you're going to get it or you're not going to get it. One of the things that we do know as well is the vaccines have side effects. And you know, I'm vaccinated, and I'm a proponent of getting more people vaccinated. Get as many people vaccinated as possible. You know, we don't, you know, and here I'm saying go get vaccinated, and one of those kids could have that side effect. You know, so you know, I don't think there's a clear-cut path, you know, to this. And what was interesting is I went to the medical advisory committee on Monday, and on Tuesday the Wall Street Journal came out with an article, and you know, it's about you know, some of the slant data that CDC is using, and I understand why, because you know, this is moving so quickly that that we really don't have time to do the peer-reviewed studies. You know, when we talk about science and following science, you know, I'm a science guy, but with that science comes peer review. You know, and these studies aren't necessarily peer-reviewed. And you know, in the article, it's the meaning of some of the viral load data has been disputed inside the CDC. Some officials disagree with the agency's conclusions that vaccinated people who become infected may spread the virus as readily as unvaccinated. And you know, the article goes on. You know, the Washington Post, this was July 30th. While the data suggests that vaccinated people can spread the disease, the extent to which they contribute is not yet clear. And this is Waunakee, who's, the head of the CDC, said that such transmissions can occur on rare occasions. So, we sit here and we look at the data, and depending upon what side you're on, you see the list over here, you see the list over here. It's really a challenge, to make that decision on, what direction to go. But I guess, from my standpoint, I would do the 712 optional masks. Okay, we don't have a vaccine for K6. Put a mask on them until the vaccine's out there. But I think this community has done everything that the CDC has asked us to do. Dane County Health, we went through Dane County Health. We were the most restricted area last year in our athletics and all the activities that we've done. I tend to believe in the vaccine. From my understanding, a lot of our students have been vaccinated already. So I would propose that 712 mask optional, K6 would be mandatory until the vaccine comes along. And then I would also have mandatory masking where it's required, such as busing, things like that. For us to, you saw the data, it started to curve down. A couple days later, a couple days from now, is that going to go down farther? We don't know. But at the end of the day, I'm for mask optional where we get the vaccine ready to go. And I would challenge administration on what the heck can we do to get more vaccines in our kids. Dave brought up the polio. That's mandatory. Why can't we make this a mandatory vaccine? Dave brought up businesses are going with vaccine testing. Well, businesses like the federal government, they're saying either vaccinate or get tested. And if we go to the testing, then parents will be responsible for the cost of that test.
Thank you, Jack. Judy?
I don't think we're going to know the answer, what we should do, what's the best thing to do, whether it's get vaccinated, not get vaccinated. I just think there's a lot of data out there, but I really did trust the doctors who spoke on the advisory committee, the doctors of the community. We've seen the effects of this disease, and I think masking is a minimal thing to do, and I think we should do it across the board. If the transportation is saying you can't get on a bus without a mask, it seems like it would be the easiest thing to do to have total mask until those things change, until we get control of the disease. So I'm in favor of masking everybody.
Mark?
I pretty much concur with Brian and Dave and Judy have said. I'd like to add on to what Dave mentioned, concerns about impact of kids being quarantined. You hit a lot of the important groupings, but I'd like to add the families. Families are massively impacted by the quarantine. You're going to be home for 10 days unless you can get a test that proves negative, and you can get back in a shorter amount of time. Randy's point, yeah, I think our job is to provide the best education we can to kids. And as much as we did that last year in a very difficult situation and with some success, some limited success. Face-to-face has proven to be the most effective learning we have. And I can't see how we can protect or provide the safest environment without doing the basic protocols asked by the AAP, recommended by the CDC, and by our own medical audit hoc committee. We may as well not have a committee if we're not going to listen to them. Again, the work that Dr. Powell presented was very convincing. No one's saying the mask prohibits the spread of the disease. It's deterring the spread of the disease. And it's, from what I have read, it's when both the transmitter and the receptor are masked that it's a less opportunity. In the emails I've gotten from some people promoting parent choice, it's been raised about how the masks are dirty and how the kids shouldn't have to wear a wet mask when they come to school. I'm not just a retired person. I'm a co-parent for a 7-year-old in 2nd grade. And we send 3 masks with them. And I would hope if the kid doesn't come with 3 masks, that if he tells his teacher, my mask is wet, it's uncomfortable, we have the resources in the classroom to provide a clean mask. We don't want people wearing sopping wet masks. So there are things we can do to not let that piece happen. And so from my perspective, because we don't know if student A without a mask is going to transmit to student B with a mask, whether vaccinated or not, I don't see how we can provide a safe environment without all students, all staff wearing masks, K-12.
Thank you, Mark. I think everybody has kind of stated great arguments. I, again, more agree with Dave and Judy and Mark and Brian. I think there's one group of people that haven't been mentioned, that's our teachers. If our teachers contact COVID, we don't have good subs, and they're out for 10 days or, whatever it needs to be. And if our mission is to provide the best education, we need to also think about their health, and they need to stay in the classroom. And I think, again, wearing a mask is, yeah, we all think it's uncomfortable. I wish we didn't have to do it. I wish it was all over. I wish we were where we were in June or even less. I felt very comfortable with that decision. But we're not there anymore, and we're bringing more kids back into school. And we know what winter does. It closes in and it closes down, and you get more people in less space. And I think we don't know the outcome. We don't know how serious it is. We don't know the long-term effects of COVID. And I'm not going to play roulette with that question. I think we need to do as much as we can to keep our kids as safe as we can with the knowledge we have. And if we find out something different in 3 months, we can change. But what knowledge we have right now and what our medical committee told us is our best avenue is to mask our kids. And I have to go along with them. And I feel it should be K-12, everybody in our buildings.
What I would propose is that we stop talking about this and just let the medical advisory committee tell us.
No, they advise us, Jack, and it is our decision.
They came in here and said, we've got 4,125 cases of MISC, and it's bad. If they were advising us, they would have said, we've got 50 of these cases in Wisconsin. You can make the data look any way you want to.
Jack, we all got to share our concerns. I think I should get to share my concern. And now as a
Please
group,
do.
we get to vote.
Please do.
And I think we're ready for the vote. David?
I make a motion that we have required masks in all WCSD buildings and operations in an indoor space.
And I think we should put a date on that, please. Beginning,
Oh, yeah, we should say.
maybe
Randy, is there a functional question? We took masks off in an instant. Is it a functional question about starting? Do you want
If that's the
something different?
direction it goes, I guess I need at least a day to let people know what's going on. 'cause
How
we're
about we say
starting at
Monday,
6 o'clock
next
in the
Monday?
morning. Say that again.
We don't have any school going on right now, right?
No, but I got co-curriculars running. I mean, you got groups starting tomorrow morning.
Do you want to start, how about next Monday, 1 week? Okay.
Second.
I would like to amend that.
Yeah.
Revisit this issue October.
I don't know if that's an amendment to this. Can we just make that a separate
No, I'd
motion?
like to amend this.
Well, what I'd love to know is what's the metric that we get off of it? If we're actually gonna go on to it, I don't understand how we ever get off it and what changes from that point on. I mean,
But is there, just a point of order, he needs a second to his amendment first
Okay.
before we discuss anything.
So Jack has made an amendment to, can you restate your amendment?
I want to revisit this at the October board meeting.
I second.
So what I'd like to do is vote on the amendment first. So.
Wait, do we get some discussion on it?
Yep.
So we agreed in the medical ad hoc committee that they would have a standing report beginning next month. So we'd be addressing it next month anyway, in every other board meeting until we get rid of these things.
So that we could rescind it at any time.
Yeah.
Just like we created and rescinded the last one.
I mean,
Yeah.
that was the medical, we agreed that they would come in next 10 minutes by Zoom to give their opinion and or their updates, and we could make a decision right there, each board.
So what we left with the last medical ad hoc committee is we do not have a time set. What we discussed was that there was potentially, I think we had a discussion about potentially not having another medical ad hoc till like November. But then there was the concept of having some sort of like an update report that came at some point prior to each board meeting leading up to that. So so we haven't really set that, so that's a piece
Right.
that we would have the ability to kind of articulate as we move forward. So if that's a piece you want to do, that's definitely a piece we can
Yeah, I
work
thought the
with.
understanding was that they would
No.
pop
I
in
think it
every
was-
meeting for a 10-minute update until we got rid of this.
I think that was tossed out there, but it was never,
Okay.
it was never formalized as far as what our frequency with the committee was.
Okay, David.
Since I chaired that and created that committee, that my goal, and I'm sorry, Randy, I haven't talked to you yet, it hasn't come up on the agenda yet, but it will later. I was going to talk with Randy about the idea that we set up a monthly thing with Potoff and some of the other members, that we just do a quick phone conference with them so that if there is a change where we can reduce the masking, which is what they helped us do at the beginning of summer. It's not like they're against it. They want to get there. And that I work with Randy and work with them to set up that on a monthly basis at least. And then, of course, set up a way that they can contact if they think something happens even better sooner. I mean, I don't think anybody here would be against a special board meeting where we could get rid of masking.
What I'd like to, go ahead.
Mark is.
One of the things I took away from the medical committee too was the idea of needing to be able to change to changing conditions. And I think the mask thing or a protocol thing is a whole lot easier than going from a hybrid to a face-to-face. The amount of work that takes is almost nothing. It's just changing the direction based upon the best data available at the time. I don't think there's a board member here who's supporting masks that want our kids to school in masks any more than they have to be there. It's just with where it's at this point, it seems the most prudent, in my opinion. And so I don't think we need a date. I think it's something that we address we can address as numbers change. And I know our administration doesn't want our kids to be wearing masks if they don't have to. And so I trust that as things are changing, that'll become the next agenda item on the next board meeting.
So, you know, to Ted's point, when do we, what is that metric that says we don't need masks anymore? You know, we had the medical advisory committee say in June, or when our numbers were low, hey, you should continue masking. We went through summer school. And we had 2,300 students, and you know there were a handful of cases that we had. You know, so you know, I guess if these guys are advising us, what I want them to do is look at our local area and not give us data that's on a national scope. Give us data that affects our regional, you know, as Randy was showing there, the area.
David?
Jeff, they are part of our community. Everybody sitting on that committee, except one I can think of, lives in the Waunakee School District. The 58 doctors who sent us a letter all live in the Waunakee School District. This isn't a national organization coming in trying to tell us what to do. It's our local doctors.
You
spoke. I would like to finish.
You missed my point. What I'm talking about is not the people on the committee, but the data that's presented.
If you let me finish. When we began that committee, Randy and I know we're asking them constantly, what's the metric for deciding which way to go when? And they said, unfortunately, this is a medical disease virus that changes, and things are going to change. You don't go into a doctor and say, hold it, you said I was in remission from cancer. You can't tell me now that I have to be treated for cancer, that it came back. You can't tell me that because your metric said I was done. You don't do that. You go to the doctor, and when he says you have cancer, here's the treatment plan. You're in remission. Great. And a year later, cancer comes back. You don't argue with them about the metric. You sit there and say, the disease is back. And unfortunately, that's what's happened with COVID. And it's happened a couple times already. It started to go down and came back. It started to go down. These same people that you're saying are being unreasonable are the ones who said to non-mask at the beginning of summer. Now, there was a little division among them. They weren't all unanimous. Now they're all unanimous. But at the beginning of summer, they were saying, take the masks off. They're not trying to control your life or trying to force something unreasonable on us. They're just saying the disease has changed again. You can either take the medical advice and deal with the disease, or you can just ignore it. And that's your two choices. And I'd like to call the question on the amendment.
Okay, call the question on the amendment. Do we need a second on that? Dave?
Yes. I'll second it.
I think, didn't Ted already second it?
This is to call the
Second
question
on the
on
call.
the amendment. So
Sorry,
now we're
apologize.
going to vote on the amendment. So the amendment is to review this in the October meeting. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
No.
Now we're back to the original motion made to mask everybody K-12.
I would just like some clarification. When you said everybody in all the WCSD buildings
And operations
and
indoors.
operations, so that would include 4K?
4K is part of our program.
Yes, and that includes our staff who has to go into a person's house because of an educational requirement.
So, I got some clarification in your motion too, because you're
Oh.
talking about all the programs of the school district. I mean, that means, right now, when I'm looking, co-curriculars is a big piece we're walking through right now. I mean, all of our sports outside are unmasked, and we've already addressed that piece. Inside, we have swimming and volleyball. Those are the 2 indoor sports going into the fall season.
So it would be like how we had them masked last year.
Well, and the way we ended last year with our sports teams was that when they were participating in the sport, they could be unmasked. When they were on the sidelines, they were masked. That was how we ended the school year.
I'm fine with that. I didn't
I just want to I got to make sure I'm.
Right.
Those are some of the follow-up question pieces that have to be there.
Is there some way we can look at that before we vote? I mean, I'm having questions about some of the co-curriculars, but I'm not having trouble with the schools. So
Would it be easier to deal with co-curricular separately?
Sure, we can do that. I just need to come back.
I would like to deal with that separately.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we need an amendment for that or not?
No.
Okay.
Well, it's just understood that your motion does not include the co-curricular.
Correct. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, any other discussion on the motion on the table? So we are voting on masking K-12 for the educational setting and including this building out here.
And staff.
And staff. So all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no.
No.
Thank you. And now you want to talk about what you need for the,
Well, I mean, the things that are outlying, as I kind of look at, I think Rebecca brought up the 4K. Thank you for clarifying that. The other 2 things that are outlying then is co-curriculars. I mean, we have, I need to have some guidance on those pieces. We're going to be not only hosting events, we travel to places. Dave's question was, what did we do in the past? We ended last year generally with, we did have a mask requirement in school. When they were participating in the activity, they did not need to. When they were on the sidelines, they did. And then if we traveled somewhere, we respected the rules that they had in place at that gym. That was generally what we did last year.
Right,
That was in the spring of the year.
I thought our basketball teams wore masks regardless. I don't know what happened with the adjusted seasons or with volleyball in season. Maybe that was the adjusted thing. But maybe I misremember that.
I think it started in the fall with WIA. I remember you were masked all the time. And then as the seasons came around, WIA shifted, and we shifted with them, that while participating, you get masked, but while on the sideline.
Okay. And what WIA's guidelines are right now with regards to masks is they have 3 pieces. They're recommending vaccine because they see that as a way to keep the team whole. And then they have a recommendation on, and it's an optional piece of if you are vaccinated that you would not need to mask. If you're not vaccinated, they're recommending you would. That's the WIAA guidelines right now. I guess the piece that we're looking at is, and we heard it from even like our medical pieces, and I've talked to a few of my colleagues, the outside activities, there really hasn't been restrictions placed on them. Swimming, obviously, you can't swim with a mask. So, I mean, that's that piece that kind of answers itself. Volleyball's the one that we have. And then the other piece is as we rent out our facilities, we have kids basketball, tri-county basketball, all these different groups that utilize our facilities that involve, like, primarily our students or our community members, is that how do we apply this to those groups who are utilizing our space? So those are the 2 pieces.
Dave.
I would make a motion that for those using our facilities and for our own co-curriculars, that a mask is required unless you are actively participating in the school.
Right, unless you are actively participating. So if you're actively playing the sport.
If you're actively playing, is that the best way to say it? Actively playing the sport? Okay, that's fine.
Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
I'll second it.
And the reason of doing this is I really like the idea of what WIA said about vaccination, but I am not willing to try to turn our coaches into vaccination police. And we can't mandate anybody tell us. And so it's just, why would we go through, especially dealing with outside groups that may interact with our groups? It seems like an incredible burden to try to.
From a legal perspective, there's issues with requiring vaccines, particularly in the status that we're seeing. Adults and employers are different. With students, as far as that's problematic.
Mark.
I feel we've just voted to keep our students protected by masking them. Now, I could see with the volleyball, interscholastic, you have a very limited number of athletes in a space. And I think you could make an argument either way that would say it's okay to be masked or not masked. I'm a little bit nervous when we start talking about the large groups in our gyms on the weekends, where you're talking hundreds of kids in the gymnasium. And, for youth basketball as an example, the gyms are loaded. And I'm assuming Phi Ed class probably has fewer kids in there, but we're going to require Phi Ed kids indoors to be masked. And so I'm not certain we should be opening the door to the groups coming into our school to choose to be or not to be based upon the numbers of kids being in the facility.
But my understanding is that, yeah, there's a lot of youth kids in there, but all the kids except for the 10 playing would have a mask on. That's how I understand.
Right, I said all other groups would be under the same.
For example, okay, and so maybe for the league games that we could do that.
You're talking mass
But
practices.
you also have
Oh,
your
the
K-6
practices.
programs where you have 150 kids just doing drills for an hour and a half. And they're in close proximity.
And I think it goes back to, hey Aaron, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I'm going to ask you a couple questions. For groups that we have using our facilities this fall, from between now and between now and Thanksgiving, let's just narrow it down. I mean, we have obviously we have like BDL basketball starting. And then what other indoor type things do we have that traditionally occur between, other than our specific sports?
The two largest users would be the Village Rec programming and then BDO basketball.
And Village Rec is what kind of activity?
Would be basketball starting.
So really it's basketball practice and basketball games is really what you're doing.
Between both practices and games. In terms of outside users, September is pretty, I'll say low demand. Just hit or miss here or there. October, it'll start to pick up with Village Rec planning and BDL basketball and those things. But for the month of September, generally speaking, our indoors is still pretty low demand. We do have outside users, outdoor use, but not a lot of indoor use.
And from conversations with your athletic directors, and I realize it's quite varied around our conference because we have people in very different geographic areas here. What are you seeing as far as discussions around things like volleyball, just so that we have that information, if you have it?
So a lot of the conversations with the other athletic directors, Badger Conference-wise, and sort of Dayton County area, in most cases, they're indoors require masks unless you're competing. So it would be, like I think Mark might have said, six girls on each side of the volleyball court, or when you're physically in the pool. Last Thursday, I had a phone conversation with the athletic director at Verona, and he said that was going to be the direction that Verona High School Athletics was going to go. He did talk about outside groups in that conversation. But that was their position as of last Thursday.
And then as groups have traveled, it's been kind of the rules that
when
are.
in Rome, do as Romans do.
Thank you.
So when they practice, they would wear masks. It's only when they're competing.
Well, I guess I would consider that
That's
pretty safe practice.
So I would say during their practice, they're probably not because they're actively involved in the activity. If they were on the sidelines for any reason, then that was similar to how we addressed it last spring. Difference is this is a
So it's okay to spread the coronavirus on the athletic field?
Would you like to amend the motion to say mask at all times?
Mask at all times?
I would second that.
We talk yet?
Yeah,
Sure.
Talk, Judy.
I lost my train of thought. I think our focus was keeping kids in school for classes. And that's the minimum we're doing with the masks by keeping them in school and protected. I think when you start getting into the sports, I just don't see that as vital, and it's a thorny problem, but it seems much more prohibitive to have sports be masked all the time. I think you're saying that because you're mad.
No, I'm just being consistent with what you voted on.
But
You know, what you're saying is that you want to protect kids. And if I'm on the athletic field, indoors, and I'm spreading COVID, how
Well,
is that any different than if you're sitting in a classroom?
I want to protect the class from being quarantined. You know, if they get quarantined on their sport, that's a different thing.
Why?
I don't think it's vital. The education is what we're here, that's the vital part right now.
Mark?
I second it because I do see an inconsistency. Some of the high school parent comments, I did see, not a lot, but some, were, why are you treating athletics different than academics? It seems you're doing things for them that you're not doing for the other, or you're emphasizing that. I don't want to be any more restrictive with our athletes than I do our students, but I do see a consistency issue. It is our school, it is our athletes, and yes, if they contract it because they're uncovered, they can bring it in the classroom, even though they're covered. So that's why I seconded it. Doesn't mean I'm right.
So we have an amendment. I think we have an amendment. Rebecca, tell us where we're at.
So-
We have an amendment here.
Yeah, Dave made a motion that all groups using our facilities and our co-curriculars mask as required unless actively playing or competing, as Aaron said, in a sport. Second by Brian. And after some discussion, Dave amended that
Oh,
motion to
no,
require.
Jack did.
Jack.
I just asked if he wanted to. I didn't do it.
Oh.
I am
Jack did?
innocent. Jack did, and Mark seconded.
Jack amended the motion to require masks all times, which I would assume meant at indoor events, right? Not
Indoor events. not
Soccer or
outdoor.
anything like that.
Not soccer, not football.
Is anyone in the building?
Probably have a vested interest.
Is this anyone in the
Okay,
building
so-
now?
And then that was
Building?
seconded by Mark.
That's really
Spectators and everything?
that's
So we're up to spectators now?
I,
We don't,
have we talked
Spectators in
about,
the building.
have we specified spectators yet?
Spectators are covered under the first motion. Anybody in the building.
Anybody in the building if you're not.
That's true, that's true.
So we have the amendment, so let's vote on the amendment first, which would be to mask everyone in co-curriculars indoors. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. No.
No.
Okay,
We
can
need a show of hands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's just do a vote. Betcher,
No.
Judy,
Yes.
me, yes. Fry,
no.
Jack,
Yes. I made the motion, this is the amendment, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I
Yes.
made the amendment, so
Yes.
we can
Mark,
vote for
Mark
it.
was a yes?
Yes.
And no for me.
And no. And I have to change, I am a no.
Couple votes over.
4. 4 no's, 3
Four
yeses.
no's.
The one minor power they give the president.
So you were a yes? And then you changed?
No.
He was tested.
So that was the amendment.
That was the amendment, so the amendment fails. So now we're back to Dave's motion where when they participate, they don't have to wear a mask.
Call the question?
Okay? Do we need a second to call the question?
I don't think you do, but maybe.
I'll second
This
it.
is
There.
just when they participate, they don't have to wear a mask.
Right, otherwise they have to wear a mask. So we're calling that question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Yes, I don't know.
So Mark
No.
was a no, Jack was a no.
That's just on calling the question, though.
That was on calling the question.
That's
Right.
Oh, that's on the call.
ended.
That was just to end discussion.
Yes to
That's
the
just
question.
to end the discussion.
They want to keep talking. But luckily, the motion passed. so.
With that motion passed. Okay, so now we are voting on Dave's motion to mask only when they're sitting on the sideline. Correct? So, all in favor of that, say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, say no.
I oppose because it's not consistent with what the,
That's
Okay.
continuing
No.
discussion. You're not-
So we have 2 no's.
I think there were 3 no's.
Ted, were you a no?
No. Correct,
Three
that
no.
was no.
Correct,
So,
you're a no.
Who's a no?
Why
Mark,
don't,
Jack,
can we please take a roll call on
Yeah.
that?
Okay, Dave,
yes. Okay.
Judy,
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ted,
No.
Jack,
no.
Mark,
No.
Brian,
Yes.
4 to 3. Yes,
Correct.
so that motion passes.
So that was the one of
Dave.
while they're playing.
No mask.
No
no
mask.
mask. That's what that was.
Okay,
Can I just go back and clarify a couple things here, just to make
Sure.
sure we're on the
Sure.
same page? All right.
tried.
That's why you're here, to keep us on all of them.
Right, so you had a date in there, is that correct?
Monday.
Or were we voting on that separately?
Monday.
No. it was
Monday,
a-
Monday the
that was
6th.
part of the vote.
This coming Monday. Yeah, so you got 1
So
week.
the 16th, okay. And the motion that we've passed is that we have K-12 masking with us, anybody in our buildings.
My motion was all WCSD buildings and activities that are indoors.
Right. So-
That was the first
So
one.
just for clarity, so the only place that you're not having anybody masked is when we have a sports activity where the kids are actively playing.
Correct.
Otherwise, volunteers, staff, students, spectators are expected to follow that piece. Anybody renting our facilities for other purposes would be following that unless it was an athletic activity where they were participating.
Correct.
That seems
Could I ask if, what if it's a play when they're on the stage? Are they participating, then they don't wear them?
That was the way I would read it.
That's how I would read it.
That would be
That's a co-curricular.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
co-curricular
co-curricular.
participating.
Okay. All right. The other, I think that's what I got. The other piece, just for clarification, given that the decision was on masking students, we will, our principals have 2 sets of class lists. They're going to use the ones that they originally were putting together based off of kind of their educational needs of the kids.
I do have
As
one.
opposed to the hybrid one where you had these cohorts.
Let me ask you a question, Randy, and that's a tough one. Only let's say at some point, we're able to get back to mask optional. And we have, again, 25% of our parents want their kids in a mask-only class. the numbers would support it, but we'd have to move kids between teachers if we started that way.
I don't even know if that's the same kids at that point. I mean,
You're right, that they may change their view.
I've got to kind of look at it educationally. The best way I can educate the kids is how we were originally organizing. So if that's not the piece with the direction where we're going, where we need to kind of create that hybrid, I want to go back to where we initially were, which was
then would we, and this is all hypothetical, I'm not saying one way or the other, would we allow them to go virtual then? If we went to a mask optional, we would give them.
There's flexibility with
flexibility to go
If
virtual.
somebody
at that
wants
time.
to go virtual, we can make that, we can have that accommodation.
As long as there's something.
I'd just like to thank you and your administrative team for making the effort to answer that question. I know it didn't come in at an opportune time for any of you, but thank you very much.
Thanks, Mark.
Randy, we just have a few operational clarifications
Please.
back on this.
Go ahead.
The main one, and I'll put this in an instructional context.
Please.
When we were operating under masked last year, if an individual was inside an enclosed space by themselves, they did not have to mask.
That's right.
Practical application, kid practicing music in a solo practice room at the high school. As I understand the current motion, there's no carve out for that.
No, and
Same for school
I
bus
would,
drivers.
yeah, thank you, Tim, for clarifying that. I mean, a piece that we've had was if we had a kid like in a music room that was a practice room, that they could unmask to do that. People working in their offices, a teacher in their classroom by themselves, those options would be.
I mean, our motion last fall didn't have that carve out. You did that operational.
We did that operational.
Going for the intent of the motion.
Well, and those are some of the things because we kind of adopted pieces that were part of kind of masking orders, whereas there isn't an order right now. So I think just making sure that that's clear, that would be part of the implementation of it.
Randy, what happens if you get some rebellious students that say, hey, I'm vaccinated and come in? Are we suspending them or?
Is that a topic for this board?
Well, it's definitely a piece we've got to take a look at. There has to be a process for you. I mean, there has to be a process that we even went through last year when people asked for accommodations. It's not like everybody, there's medical accommodations, there's students with special needs that couldn't wear one. We had to walk through that process, but it's not a blanket answer. There's a process to review it. And that's what you have to do from a legal standpoint in that respect.
Okay, can we move on to the non-COVID operational matters?
Actually, did we discuss 4K?
We agree, 4K was part of the.
It was part of it?
was, yes.
Okay.
Do you have any of the non-COVID operational matters?
Sure, I think this is one that Steve, Brian, and I would like to just talk about, and it's really kind of bringing the board's attention, some of the challenges that we have operationally. And you've seen from different districts, the shortage of bus drivers, we have a shortage of crossing guards, food service workers, and just the hourly employee categories that Brian is working very diligently to fill. So we just wanted to bring these pieces to you, and I'm going to let them talk for just a moment, but we do need some latitude so that as we move forward over the next number of weeks, that we have some things at our disposal so that we can try to do our best to fill these from an operational standpoint. So Brian and Steve, I'll let you guys talk about some of the concepts that you're tossing out there so that we can have that discussion quickly.
Sure. I guess what I would start with is I would start with one part that we have something to celebrate, in that in this hiring season we've hired over 60 employees, which is phenomenal. However, we still have 27 hourly employees to go another 8 salaried employees to go to be at full staff to operate our schools in approximately 3 weeks. And so, you know, on one side, we've done something that as a district we've never done before, but we're not where we need to be. And so the reason we're asking you for some of this, or giving you some of this information, asking you for some of this latitude is we need, and we want to be able to be at the staffing level we need to operate our buildings fully, you know, full of students and full days. You know, and what I would say to that is we are also going to be bringing together an HR committee to have maybe some deeper discussion on some of these concepts. But one that I think is a concept that will be helpful to us moving forward is the idea that as a board, you have established a personnel budget for the school district. You know, and in that budget, you know, that the budget would include wages and benefits and forecasted positions. One of the things that we could work within that budget, those budgeted amounts, is it possible for us to flexibly adjust positions if we can stay within those larger parameters? You know, for example, can we have less employees of a certain classification if we are, you know, paying them differently within the scale or offering them more benefits because of the position or number of hours we're offering them? You know, can we, within a department, shift, you know, to having more or less of certain roles if it fits within the budgeted personnel parameters that department has? In that way, we can adjust to, you know, whether it is having current employees that could accept more hours because they're on a part-time status, recognizing that would change their benefit status, or is that looking at filling positions that are at a higher wage scale and having less of them because you eliminate some positions that are a lower wage scale. And I'm not saying getting rid of employees, I'm talking about empty positions.
Brian, so let me get this straight. So one of the examples you gave, I think, was offering more hours, but that would put them over the halfway point, which would mean
or put them over the 30, or put them over
eligible for
yeah.
benefits. So are you saying you like to do that without awarding them the benefits, or that they get the benefits?
No, we would offer, if an employee is eligible for benefits based on their hours worked, we would provide them to them. What I'm saying is that would be, you know, the budget that was presented to you, you know, while it didn't delineate individual roles and said this is a, you know, 5.5 hour position, this is a 4.5 hour position, it had a budgeted amount that covered the two of them. What I'm asking is, could we look at some of those hours and say, well, we have an employee that has room to take more hours and work up to 40, but we would have to change their benefit status, and as a result, we would keep in mind what is the total spend on that, and we would then have less employees, less paras, for example, but more that have more hours and would be receiving a total compensation package as high.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should have that option to stay within budget and hire the people we need to, or increase hours to get it done for our students and our families.
What positions are you looking at? Are you looking at paras? Are you looking, you know, what?
Classified staff, so I would say that would be regular and special ed paraeducators. You know, we could start, I think, I would want to vet some of these hours, some of these ideas out more fully with the HR committee. You know, how do we look at custodial positions, perhaps, number and wage scale? That's more of a conversation that I would want to run through a larger audience than just administrative personnel. I would say within, like, for example, you know, within the IT department, we currently have what are called building techs and district techs that are on different wage scales. because they have different skill sets. Do we look at having less building techs, combining them, and then having more district techs? Positions of that nature. And just, again, looking at, obviously keeping in mind total budget, but trying to be creative in how we fill the need for staff underneath that total budget. And I think one of the other, I'm sorry.
Brian, I'm supportive of that. But what's frustrating is you ask us for, creativity. What's the plan when you can't? That's where I'm frustrated, with, okay, this is where we're going to go. And we're voting now on creativity to give you this latitude, but without a real solid plan. This is the wage budget, you figure out how to spend it, I don't care. I do care, but, those are my 2 cents.
And I guess one reason that Brian's bringing it up is traditionally when we have positions, full-time, part-time, they do come here and they're approved as such. It's just kind of, it's a break from some of our process. And I think what we did this from a clarification standpoint, so you know how we're going to operate, I think it's important for everybody to know that.
So if you put full-time paras, next year you're going to come back and say, okay, those paras are getting full-time. Now I need more part-time?
Well, what I would say is those types of positions are typically established by student enrollment. And, that is not a process that I would envision us changing. And if our student enrollment goes up, could we be coming back and ask? I do think we would come back and ask for additional positions if it involved having to increase the budgetary spend on things. What I would say is keeping in mind the total and staying less than that. I guess that's part of what I'm asking, is if the board is comfortable with us doing that. And that would be part of the reason why we're here. And I think there are other ideas that I do want to, that I think is more of an immediate fix for some of our potential staffing challenges. We're going to continue to hire for these roles and continue to advertise and continue to promote. But the reality is we need to have this set within 3 weeks before we're together again as a board, or you're together again as a board.
Brian, are these yearly contracts?
These are at-will employees,
Okay.
so they're...
So we could go right back to part-time next year?
Yes.
If that's what we needed to do, we didn't need to need, so. Do you need a motion here or just agreement? I'm in favor of allowing you the flexibility, but stay with the budget constraints that we have to be able to fill those positions to provide for our students.
Yeah, it's more of, I think we just want to make sure everybody's aware so that as you see things come forward, you understand how we
That's great.
I'm supportive of it.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Brian.
Randy, if I could just add some comments just for the board members to be aware of and the broader community as well. In areas like school bus transportation, we have fewer drivers than we have routes. So you may have seen what Verona School District announced, which was moving to, in some areas, what's called a triple route system. We currently operate a double run system. We may need to institute a triple run system in some areas before the start of school. Examples of that would be in the 5 through 12 route area, and what we would need to do is have a bus route go into the outer geographical areas of the community, come back in, drop students off, and then go back in town closer to the school buildings themselves and do a third run. We're still working on that, but just like you've seen some other schools do with transportation, we're going to need to have a plan that we are ready to institute triple bus runs if we need to get all of our students to school. In the area of crossing guards, We may need to eliminate some crossing guard locations. We had to eliminate a location last spring. We may need to eliminate a few more. Thankfully, the village has done a great job with some of the current crossing locations that were staffed. When they were originally staffed with crossing guards, we did not have the signage nor the lights that exist today in some of the roads like on Highway Q. So the crossing locations are much safer today than when they were in the past. We will look at those locations first. If you do see a notice that goes out to the community about fewer crossing guard locations, that's why. If you do see information going out regarding a triple bus run in some parts of the community, that's why. If you do hear concerns about field trips and other activities needing to work around the regular route times, that's going to be why. These are going to be commonplace practices in school districts. In the food service area, we have a similar situation occurring as well. We need to look at, improving our opportunities to bring folks in these positions. I did speak with Randy and Lamers on Friday. We sent out a message on Friday offering referral bonuses to the community as well as referral bonuses for new bus drivers. We're going to be doing everything we can to bring folks in, but we are in a very difficult labor market, and we're going to need to respond by changing some of our traditional practices in order to make it work. And to Brian's point, we don't have a board meeting scheduled at this point before the start of school. So we just need you to be aware that administratively, we may need to implement such practices as a triple bus route in order to make it work. We may need to eliminate some crossing guard positions. And it's very important to note, these decisions would not be made for financial reasons. We are not intending to reduce bus routes. We are making these decisions based on the number of people in these positions and what we are able to do. So it's important for the community to understand that. Decisions are not being made to cut back on bus routes. Decisions are being made to maximize the number of drivers that we have available to us to get students to school. So just be aware that we're working on all of these topics. We will have solutions by the start of school, but it may look different than what it has been in the past.
So I want to add to the transportation email that came out, there was an opt-out of transportation link in that. So if, as a family, if you're choosing to opt out of all transportation, you want the district to know, please fill that out.
Yeah, thank you, Brian, for mentioning that. In a traditional school year, we opt everyone into transportation and route everyone. State law requires transportation to be provided for families who live 2 miles or more away from a school. Our local board policy has more options than that. So we opt families and students in. As Brian mentioned, we did ask the parents of our community to let us know if they don't intend to use the transportation system. That will help us. So if a family is intending to transport students and they do fill that out to let us know, that will help us in the preparation of the routes for the start of the school year. So thanks for mentioning that.
Steve, impact of triple routes, does that affect starting times at all or not?
So I would say that we will have students being dropped off at times that we're not used to. In order to pull off a triple bus route, students are going to have to be dropped off earlier and some are going to have to be dropped off later than what would be ideal. The only other alternative to that is to do what Brown did, which was to change the times. We're not discussing that right now,
Okay,
but we are discussing that, for example, if we preferred to have students get dropped off at the intermediate school 10 minutes before the day started, we may have to have some students coming in 15 minutes before the day started and some coming in 5 minutes before the day started, or some coming in right around the time we would like the day to start. So that's where we're putting our efforts into right now, is not changing the start times of the schools, but having the drop-offs or the pickups be a little bit different than what we've had to do, what we've done in the past.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
The only thing I would add to Steve's comments is that some of the ideas that he had shared in terms of the unique compensation, Lemurs, for example, is a contractor, and so it's really Lemurs offering unique compensation and coming back to us. Some of the ideas that we will also share at the HR committee meeting that's to be scheduled are unique compensation ideas such as referral bonuses, sign-on bonuses, etc. Perhaps new compensation schedules. Those are things that we as an employer would be providing, and that would be something that would be outside of what we would normally do, and that would need to follow a typical board process of vetting at the committee level board action. And that are some of the things that we will also be bringing up at that committee meeting that we hope to schedule.
All right. Thank you.
One more thing, Joan, just as an FYI to the board. Right now, enrollment-wise, we're up about 90 students from where we projected.
Is that 90 above last year or 90
above budget projection?
Wow.
Okay. So when you start to look, and that's from last week's numbers. I know Julie, our registrar, shared with Steve and I today that it was a busy day with kids coming in.
And that's actually, even that number, usually our September count is even higher than that.
Yeah, you're
And
still going to get kids moving in and out. I mean, that's part of the process that you're seeing as people move. They get, so that's going to change. What I'm just wondering, the reason I'm bringing that up, just in short, is I don't have right now anything that requires me to be bringing to your request for an additional position tonight. But there's a few of them that are close. If that does come to fruition, I just want to let the board know I'll make that decision within the parameters that we have so that you could potentially see a position that would come forward. My hope is I don't have to do it because I don't want to be able to have to go down that route, but in the event that I need to, if something drastically changes over the next few weeks between now and September, I'm going to do that operation. And that's really going to be driven by numbers. If we start to greatly exceed our board policies on kind of class sizes, or if we have kids that are joining us, particularly within like the special ed realm, and Tiffany and I've talked about a couple areas that are getting really full. So we'll monitor that, but just wanted to give you an FYI that I may have to get that call and go forward.
Are you seeing any problems at Arboretum having too many students and having to move them?
Say that one more time.
Is Arboretum having any enrollment problem that you would have to move students that normally would be covered by that?
Got enrollments across the board. I mean, there are some areas definitely at Arboretum that are, well, we're full in kindergarten right now at all schools except Prairie. So that's kind of where we're at. We have 301 kids in kindergarten. So that's a piece that we haven't had in a while.
Great. Thank you for all those updates.
Thank you for your support.
Moving on to committee reports and action items, starting with the DEI.
There's no action items from DEI. Their first meeting on July 26th was mainly finishing the audit process, which they did get through. The second meeting was a little more impactful on August 5th. Basically, they had all the red, green, and yellow areas from the audit to look at. They took a look again at the bias bigotry reporting tool that Tim Schell presented, and of course we drove them nuts with more questions and possibilities, like make sure that the form actually works on a mobile phone, because that's where all the high school kids will be. So those type of issues were talked about, and he and Joel will be working on that with the goal of trying to get ready for the start of the school year. The next was a kind of a major issue that some of the public comments brought up was the idea of creating a glossary of terms that fall under DEI. We saw at that public meeting at the library that what's the definition of equity and what's the definition of equality. So the DEI committee thought it would be very important to create that glossary of terms and develop that out, which would help develop out a stronger structure so the public can understand what falls within and under DEI. But that's future work. The main part, of course, is the report for the board meeting for September. And you'll see that there's 2 meetings scheduled, one August 16th and one August 23rd. On the 16th is going to be fleshing out the areas from the audit that the committee saw as areas of concern that they would recommend some form of action or some path for the board to look at from the audit itself. That'll be creating the draft document on the 16th, and on the 23rd, we'll be finalizing that report so that it's ready for the September meeting. And generally, that's the need of the meeting.
So Dave, I have a question, and I'm not being critical, I just don't know. I went over the minutes, I did not view the meeting online, but are there any recommendations by the committee that are being implemented by the start of the school year that we're not going to see? So for example, there's this reporting device. To me, that's something that shouldn't be available to anyone in the district until it's approved by the school board.
Well, normally that reporting device was part of a different report. This is kind of dividing it out due to trying to capture the data better.
Right.
But really, that's something the administration would just do without board approval, I believe, unless I'm misunderstanding Tim.
So I don't think any of the other districts in our area that have done this, every district's different in its governance practices. So if the board wanted to formally approve a data reporting tool, that's always your prerogative as a governing board. The State Department of Justice has a tool that's available to districts. Other districts, it's more of an operational issue. Early in the process, the committee did feel that was a gap. It was something we were already looking at. Candidly, we've got more diverse perspectives in some respects on the advisory committee than we do internally. So the amount of time the committee spent on it, I think, is really more in the nature of it's a good feedback group. But typically, had there been no advisory committee, you would be seeing this go into practice this year anyways. That's not to say you couldn't choose to say, hold on it, we want to see it in September, but it's really an operational type of thing.
Okay.
Can you speak to it at all? I guess I heard it the last time. Can you define it a little bit? Like,
Yeah.
what is it?
Well, it's the type of, now this is one of the feedback pieces from the other, it's just comprehensive in terms of some of the information it gets in terms of background, but it's like any incident reporting tool you'd see on an institution's website. It would ask for description of the event, was it harassment, was it something else? Did you feel it was directed to you because of a certain classification or part of your background? Do you want your name to be associated with the report, or do you want it to be something that would be just an anonymous thing for record-keeping purposes? The one thing that has been part of the conversation that at the last meeting, as I explained it to the group, would be, as our governance model is typically operated, definitely a board issue, is something that has been discussed at the committee, is that we might have some people, students, staff, community members, with an incident that might not feel comfortable with the incident going to administration or student services of the district. But they might feel comfortable with it going to a third party. But that kind of a position would need to be one that you would choose to have, and then you'd need to appoint an individual to that position. That is the type of big policy change that would always come to the board. So, kind of the thinking is it would be kind of a standard tool. It wouldn't have the third party option. That would be something you could consider as a board in kind of a later update to the process.
And in the reporting, would different parties be identified in the reporting of that? Like, this incident happened, this person did this, and is that what's going on with the report? That's why I'm wondering what's being captured with this.
It would really be as much information as the person wanted to submit. They certainly could You know, if it was somebody reporting an incident they'd experienced or witnessed, they could certainly name individuals that participated in that. You know, from our perspective, in terms of following up on reports, in terms of actually seeing something through to a conclusion, it's certainly helpful to have information. But sometimes people aren't comfortable in providing information. And again, as with all things, I mean, that's not a lot different than if a behavior referral comes in today anyways. We have all kinds of information that comes to us in behavior referrals, different emails, things like that. That's protected. I mean, you know, Randy could speak to it better because he's our custodian the way we operate in this area, but simply because we have a record that identifies somebody doesn't mean it's publicly available under open records. There's a balancing test to protect privacy that Randy would have to proceed through.
I think what they're trying to do is find a way that kids and staff can make a report. We've had different mechanisms over time, and I think it's just trying to bring it into a format that's electronic and easily accessible. I mean, it's kind of the old, I want to say, all that can come to mind is suggestion box, where someone would put something in on a piece of paper and then you'd look at it and you'd follow up on it. This does it electronically and it's more specific to some other thing. And then it's a piece that administration or someone else can take a look at, follow up on. And if it's something, at least you're aware of it and you've addressed it. If it's nothing or there's a misunderstanding, you can clarify that too. That's kind of how I see that, but.
And again, this wasn't something the DEI committee created. This was something Tim was working on. And basically the DEI committee just worked as a public sounding board for him to say, here's the outline we're looking at, what do you think? And luckily with having a couple students and having some people who've experienced that type of thing, it just helped develop the process probably faster and caught maybe some of the areas that hadn't been looked at. But it wasn't the DEI committee creating something.
And just for some context, five years ago, these were less common than they are today. The two things you're seeing really drive their implementation, you know, in Wisconsin and nationally are, you know, kind of really two tracks. One is the idea to create, you know, mechanisms for more convenient reporting so people can feel like, kids in particular, that if something arises, they've got a good mechanism to get it in quickly to administration, or if they're not comfortable doing that, doing it anonymously. The other big thing is in the school safety arena. That's why the state has a tool, but it's kind of a one-size-fits-all tool. There's a desire to have a way to report in particular bullying incidents, because the research has shown that bullying is often one of the things that's in the background for a lot of the perpetrators of large-scale school incidents. So there's a great desire to find ways to address bullying more comprehensively in our system. So those are kind of the two big drivers with the adoption that you see nationally.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
And again, open door. If you want to learn more about it, you know, we can set up a Zoom, you can come in, we can exchange email, help everybody understand it better. So, thank you.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you, David, for that update on the DEI. Next is curriculum committee. And I know Mark chairs it, but Judy.
I was not present, so.
Right, Judy chaired it, but maybe Tim, you want to do.
Where are our minutes?
Weren't you filling in for Mark? You were playing Mark's position.
Yeah, but Judy chaired it.
Are there anything to vote on?
I don't, there was nothing, it was the.
The testing
Testing
schedule.
thing, which
We
you
need
can
to
bring up
we need
anyway,
to vote
right?
on the testing schedule.
Progress management.
That's the only action item in the whole batch.
And
I
that's,
move we support the testing schedule.
I second.
Any discussion on the testing schedule? Any information you want from Tim? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
So we can move on?
Goals
The,
committee?
no,
Update
we have the
progress
progress report. We have an update on some of our achievement that are
This is in a similar format to what we did last winter when we came and we shared kind of where our student achievement was. And so Tim and Amy are going to be able to walk you through really an update on where we ended the year and then how we're kind of moving forward after that.
Yeah, thank you. So the next slide, Rebecca will show all of our assessments. And this is the third time that I've presented this information. So you may remember that due to the remote students or the hybrid situation, some of the assessments that we give every year were not able to be administered this year because the testing and assessment companies have changed their protocols. So we don't have all of the same assessment data to look at as we have in the past. So while we did a lot of classroom assessments and internal assessments, we don't have the large-scale assessments that we normally have in the past. So the two items that we did have that I have showed you a couple of times already are the STAR and then our report cards. So the next slide, Rebecca, shows a little bit about the STAR assessment. It is a computer-based assessment. It does adapt according to the student's responses. It gets more difficult or easier depending on the student's response. It is a very quick assessment. That's one thing that teachers like about it is it's really just a very quick screener that can identify what kids might need additional support or different interventions. And we use it a lot at the teacher and school level. And again, it really is just that snapshot in time. We normally administer it in late April or early May, but this year our administration was moved because the forward tests were moved, and as you might recall, we kind of came back to our in-person instruction in April, and so that was shifted a little bit. So the timing is a little different. Also in previous years, we had done a screener at the beginning of the year in fall, and then we only checked on our below basic students using this test. So we don't have longitudinal data for STAR. We had decided last year that we were going to administer it again 3 times a year, but then of course we didn't have the spring data from last year. So our grades 2 through 6 take the STAR assessment. And so you can see these 3 points in time, fall, winter, and spring. And this is all grades together for the reading assessment, 2nd through 6th, and then the same for math. So we saw an increase between fall and winter, and then our spring scores kind of leveled off on this one assessment. The other piece of data, Mark?
Is it okay to ask a question?
Please,
because it's germane to this. So the thing that concerns me, the numbers for 2021, I would say are significantly different than the previous two years.
For this report card data?
Right, and you know, so when you look at kindergarten, or first grade, 78% try 3, 67% this past year. And so I guess my question is, they're being tested in spring, right?
This was our report card data, so yes, this was their
And so,
their trimester.
is there anything that's being administered in the fall so that we know where the kids are coming in the fall?
Yes, you just approved the assessment schedule.
I can't.
You just approved the assessment schedule. So yes, we will be able to resume a lot of our assessments again because we will be in person. So we'll be able to go back to our benchmark assessment system for reading level. We'll be able to do our early literacy assessment. Last year, the administration of health had changed quite a bit. So yes, this year we'll be able to resume a lot of those assessments on that assessment schedule.
Okay, thank you.
So then this last piece of data is the report card standard. And the report card standards are kind of hard to pull because we don't necessarily assess each standard every trimester, but reads at grade level is one that we do. I pulled this data, and we can look at 3 years and see the difference. Now, as Mark mentioned, we will be able to get a really good sense in the fall where our students are coming in. We had a lot of students participate in summer school, both for our getting ready classes and then also remedial classes. So we can get a good sense of where students are coming in, and then we can plan our interventions and classroom assessments accordingly.
Amy, in this group of kids, do you have parents opt out of these tests?
So this is the report card grade. So no.
Oh, so they have to?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dave?
I gotta say, Mark, when you say the numbers seem to have changed, you're right, except if you look at Tri-1, I mean, your fall semester, you're seeing the same drop between 2018, 19, and 20. I mean, they dropped to 2019, they dropped to 20 by almost the same percentage in most cases. Overall, has there been any change in the grading? Was there something that happened that would have caused, I mean, I just find it weird.
I mean, some of it too.
It's not a COVID thing because fall 2019 wasn't that issue.
Some of it too is cohort, that group of students. So sometimes it helps to kind of look diagonally. So if you look at the third grade.
So first to second, second to third.
Right. So sometimes it is a cohort that might be a little higher, a little lower. Sometimes we find that forward. One of our main assessments did undergo a change. So that could contribute to it. This is one of the common measures that we thought would be worth monitoring over time. So for Pay 6, those are the two tools that I wanted to highlight: the STAR and then the report card data, and then Tim has some 7th level data.
And so this is an update on series you would have seen twice before. These are the actual transcripted grades that students received at the high school and in a few slides the middle school. That's, if you could go back up, please. So what we have here is you have a 5-year series. The last, the dark, they're in a sequence. So what you have here for the high school is your 4-week progress report in the term, the 9-week progress report in the term if we still had a true quarter system at the high school. That's kind of like where you're at the end of the midpoint quarter. The orange is your 13-week progress grade, and then the rightmost column is the transcripted grade. And this shows you the series over 3 years. This is F's as a percentage of all grades provided in the second semester at the high school. And what you can see here is that everything was elevated from previous years at the progress reporting marks. Some progress occurred over the course of the term. The transcripted grade, we had a higher percentage of F's than we've seen in the past. I will say, and I don't want to overstate this, this is a modest improvement over what we saw in the first semester at the high school. It's elevated from previous years, but not as elevated as the first semester was. Now if we could move to the next one, Rebecca. This is the other thing we've been presenting in the previous updates, and this represents the percentage of students with at least one second semester F. And again, you can see here that it's a little bit of a different picture than we actually had in the first semester, where actually it's elevated, but not as elevated as the previous. You can see that where we ended up at 6.5%, certainly greater than the 4.2% in the spring of 2020. But again, remember the spring of 2020, the final grade was a pass-fail. So it's not surprising we had arguably a lower rate there. But you can see for the spring of 17, we're at 6%. So again, this is a better picture than this graph would have had for the first semester. Mark?
From what I saw on both charts, the glimmer of positivity is that the decrease in the second semester was greater this past year compared to previous years. Not, I mean, the percent improvement.
Yes.
So
yes.
There's clearly a lot of work done between third quarter and fourth quarter. It's huge drops.
Very significant drops. Yeah, and I think the thing to remember is it's for reasons we all understand for everybody. Last year was a very trying and challenging year for everybody, families, students, our teachers. High school grades, of all of the information that you see in these types of reports, these have the most consequences in the medium to long term for a student. Everybody's aware of that. The students are, most certainly the teachers are, and most certainly families are. So I do think when you see this for the high school, that, even with all the challenges the last year had, I think everybody was really, and again, F's can happen at the high school, but I think there was really an attempt to really focus on getting kids to where they needed to be for their learning by the end of the semester. And sometimes that meant kids coming in to do extra things in the last few weeks, same for teachers. Now if we go to the middle school, what you see here is more in line with the first semester. We did not see really, and again, I don't want to overstate the high school improvement, but the second semester was an improvement over the first semester. We really saw a very similar end result at the middle school second semester compared to the first semester. And you can kind of see where those rates were compared to previous years. This is the total percentage of Fs. And then Rebecca, if you can take us to the next slide. This will show the percentage of kids with at least one F. And this was, no question about it, noticeably elevated from previous years, unlike what you would have seen with the high school slide a few back. So, Dave?
And maybe it's too small a window to tell, but by the end of the year, we were more in person. Was there a significant difference between virtual students and in-person students?
So I did not check the final grades here with that, mainly because students' situation in terms, we got different entry points. So I actually did look at this for the first round of progress reports when we had this at the end of March. And at that time, if anything, the virtual kids at that point were similar to maybe a tidge better than the in-person. But of course, one of the reasons why some people really wanted to get their kids in person was because they were struggling. So I mean, I think if your kid was if you were undecided about in-person versus virtual, and your student was doing fine with their grades, you might have kept them out. If you were, a little undecided and your student was not progressing well, what we saw in those cases, and we certainly encouraged it, was for the student to come back. By the end here, I didn't, just because we had enough phases, I would have had to really distinguish between kids who have been virtual all the way through, part of the way through. We could go back and perform that analysis, but not for here. Mark?
Do you factor in the remediation from summer school? For example, at the high school, I don't know how middle school works, but kids had an opportunity to work to get that F change.
So this does not include summer school.
But if a kid gets his F changed, then those numbers would be slightly or significantly different for the semester grades.
Yeah, so students that had the F certainly were invited into summer school. Many of them came, and they could potentially remediate out of the F and get credit, yes.
Yeah, just an observation. That 4 weeks comes on kids quick. And sometimes there's not a lot of assignments. So it's no surprise that that first 4 weeks, there's a lot of Fs. Because if there's 100 points and you forgot to turn in something or you didn't do well, you're at an F because there's not that many points. So.
And that's a great point, Brian. This is probably a little bit of minutia, but at the high school, the semester grade is one whole semester. It's uncomposited. You've got 80% on your semester work, 20% on the end project or end exam. The middle school runs on a quarter system. So that second line, and you'll notice we call, instead of a 13-week, it's a third quarter there. That component of the grade locks in at the third quarter for 40%. Then there's another part of the quarter that locks in, and then there's the end. So that's why you see the orange column go up, is because for the middle school, the 13-week is like the 4-week. The clock is restarted on the quarter. You have a low denominator in the grade book, and so it's a much more variable thing. It all washes out pretty much by the end of the term, but there are some differences between how the middle school gets to their semester grade and from a calculation standpoint than the high school. And there are historical reasons why the faculties have wanted to do that, but it's almost 10-4. So.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you. Next committee is the Goals Committee, and I think many of you already have seen a report out on this committee. I think the Waunakee Tribune did a great job of kind of giving an overview of what happened at that committee. Randy did a great job bringing together the originator of the artwork in the gym, both Tim Decora, Josh Cass, who are Native American teachers in our district, and 2 people from the Ho-Chunk Nation, Samson Fulkin and Bill Quackenbush. And I guess in summary, overwhelmingly, everybody felt that it was probably time to take that mural down. So, Brian, you were there. I don't know if you want to add anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like you said, it's overwhelming. There was some change of heart, change of thoughts, and stuff like that. And they just thought it was time to remove it from the wall, but you know, not throw it away, not destroy it, just take it down, roll it up, whatever. I think it's a tapestry. I'm not sure. No, it's hard.
Oh, it's
All right, put it somewhere where we can. I don't know. I've only seen it a couple times. But you know, figure out, take it down, figure out what to do with it later.
Yeah, Terry very much said, don't destroy it. And we should go back to Terry, but I think that's a discussion we can have at another time. But
So you need a motion on this?
Yep, we would.
I'd like to make the motion to remove this from the gym. And I'd also like to add on that sculpture that we got right outside of the PAC to remove the beheading of an individual.
I haven't seen that one.
It's in the lower left-hand corner. So if we're gonna, you know, I'd take care of it in the complete package.
Where is this at?
It's on the PAC.
In that display case there with it, or?
Well, there's a kind of a mural.
Behind and around the display case, there's a depiction
Up to
of
the
like,
entry door.
I don't specifically.
I'll point it out to you.
Yeah, I think that would be something, I don't want to throw that in there
No,
without
yeah.
discussion and us to go see it.
Yeah, I think that should be looked at.
Are you willing to
What
drop
I
that?
can do is, I can take a look at
Are
it.
you
and
willing
get
to
a
drop the
picture of
second
it.
part?
I don't know what it is.
Okay,
So there's a
We have a
and needs
motion,
second.
but not a second yet.
Okay, we have a motion for both. And we need a second or give a floor. Okay, no I'll second, so that motion.
I'd like to
We
make-
remove the mural from the gym and store it in a safe place till a better plan comes up for that.
Second.
Any discussion on removing the mural? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
We also discussed briefly some of the other, the sphere and the logo, but that I think is part of Annie's branding. Do you want to make any other comments?
The last piece was just some of the future partnership pieces we're working as part of the Village of Susquehanna Centennial celebration. We have been able to connect some of our staff in with the Ho-Chunk Nation to particularly look at seeing how they can assist with some of our curricular work and helping us to just look at how we're meeting the needs of Act 10. They've offered some other things that we'll probably utilize in the future, and potentially either language staff to kind of talk a little bit about Ho-Chunk language. Also, they've offered a trip at some point once we get past COVID to a trip to Black River Falls to kind of educate staff on kind of the history of the nation and this kind of geographic area. Also, one of the things I'm looking to want to do is, as we kind of remove something, how can you involve your kids in something that is positive? And I think that Dr. Nick Mischler and the Public Arts Group are working with the nation on some level of public art display, etc. It may be an opportunity, or others that present themselves for our students to be involved with some of those. So lots of just opportunities. Nothing's real. There's a few things that we're kind of involved with, but those are options for the future.
The next committee is the Medical Ad Hoc Committee, but I think we have...
There's really not much to say other than, I guess we'll wait for the next.
I mean, I have to comment on it. I wasn't part of who created the committee, but there was a lot of, you thought they presented a lot of great information. I'm sorry, I have to disagree. You cannot say facts to stuff that just don't exist. You can't say that putting sunglasses on kids is more confusing to them than masks. There were some really disturbing things that I heard. I mean, the fact that we've been masking like this, and then it's going to get worse when we take them off, and then it's because they're going to be exposed to more stuff after that. You're just going to keep prolonging this. I mean, kids have to get viruses in order to protect themselves. So when we do go through this and they've been not exposed to stuff, it's going to be more harmful when that time comes. And the fact that we have medical people there saying that wasn't the case, and no one in that committee actually dissenting on any of that.
They did say that yeah, the immunity will go down, not disappear. But they also said that getting the Delta variant COVID is much worse than getting a bad case of the flu next year.
No, it's more contagious. It doesn't mean that it's worse. They talked about long COVID. They threw in a new term of long COVID and other things.
Well,
it's a more contagious variant. The variant itself is a variant of the virus. So it replicates a whole lot easier. What I'm saying is, its opinions and what's disappointing I think they're exactly that, they're opinions. And there's definitely a different portion of the medical community that would say, those aren't entirely accurate necessarily. We didn't hear any of that.
Well, I went back and forth all week with everybody who sent me stuff. Masks don't work,
I did
masks
too.
don't work. Don't send me something that says www.ronjohnson.senate, or send me some right-wing news link. Send me research go to Google Scholar, peer-reviewed medical research in the last 6 months.
I did exactly that.
I spent hours trying to find something that says masks don't work. And it doesn't say it's 100%. It says masks can work 10%, 12%, 50%. It helps.
Ted?
We're not saying it doesn't work. It's just saying, and I think
I think the exaggeration is what's irritating here. It doesn't work to the extent that you believe they're working. That's it. I wanted to say this too, because I went to the Journal of American Medical Association, an article that they had, this was back in September of last year, and this is just a really interesting thing. If you listen and you see what's going on right now, and it talks about face coverings as part of a comprehensive COVID-19 prevention strategy. Law can be a powerful tool for encouraging health behaviors. Laws requiring seatbelts offer good analogy. I tend to disagree with that. I think it's more of speed limits might be a good analogy. There is an actual, if you put seatbelt on, it doesn't really do anything to you. Putting a face mask on, there's different things. But despite early opposition to this, public came around to regard passenger restraints and minimally invasive and vital safety features. Mask orders similarly could gain public acceptance because they are designed to protect the mask wearers and the wider community. Mask laws cannot be successful alone, but should be combined with well-funded and well-designed health education campaign. Comprehensive and consistent public messaging is essential. When we all mask up, we are all safer. That's the kind of stuff I'm hearing, and if you dissent against that in any way whatsoever, we pretty much see what's happening in today's society. That's my point. There are people behind this that are really, and I just want to bring that up. Yes, they have their opinion, but I know that there's other opinions that definitely weren't brought up that are just as valid. And it's not a political Ron Johnson, whatever. It is the medical community that's out there.
Ted, I gotta say, I did help set up this committee and contacted a lot of these people. And the one thing that was incredible about it is how much time they will sit down and go over all of it. And if you have questions like that, as Dr. Pato said at the end of his presentation, let me know. I will do and go and help and get you what you want to see or where it is. I'll show you where we came up with. And you're right, a lot of times they say something and they're not going to sit there and read the whole study to you because it doesn't, it's partly a time question, partly you ask for their view. But if you want to talk with them, Randy's got his contact information, sure. I've got it, and he lives right here in Waunakee. He is happy to sit down and talk about it. And Dr. Wald's the same way. I was stunned with how much time she spent at the beginning of last school year. I mean, she's the head of the whole pediatrics department. I would think she had something better to do. But she understands how important this is, and she will talk about it. And I get, at that meeting, there was a lot of people there. They gave you a PowerPoint presentation of what they brought down, but they've spent the hours doing it, and they're willing to talk with you about it. And I suggest that's probably a good way to go.
Moving on, thank you, Ted. Yeah. To the administrative reports, action items. So we have several things that we just need to do yearly, and all of the motions we need to do, or many of them we need to do by roll call vote, so be prepared for that. The first thing is a resolution to even have a district expulsion officer. We're not naming them yet, but we need a motion to say that's how we're going to operate.
Let me just clarify that because it's not in the description. So there's two ways that a district can address expulsion. One is the board can hear all expulsions and make the vote as a board, as an entity to hear the actual expulsion case. The other piece is that they can appoint a district expulsion hearing officer who's really a third-party person who goes to the expulsion, serves as kind of like the administrative law judge almost position to oversee it, makes then a recommendation to the board, of which the board then acts in closed session. For a number of years prior to, like, for as long as last 20 years at least, we've utilized an expulsion hearing officer that has served us very well. So the first thing is the actual resolution to establish that expulsion hearing officer. And then the second one would be the appointment of John Anderson from Hush Blackwell Law Firm. We went through a process about 2 years ago where we put out a request for proposals for expulsion hearing officer, and John was the person we chose at that point. So both of those pieces would need roll call votes separately.
I move we appoint an expulsion officer for the district.
Second.
Okay, any questions on what we're voting on? So roll call vote. Dave?
Need a co-curricular meeting, so that would be Brian, Dave, and Mark.
When
Now,
you
Brian, you said next, so sometime, I just like that before the next board meeting, so
Yeah, not next week, but the week after.
the week after.
So which week, the 30th?
The
Week of the
talking the week of the
23rd.
23rd. I could do the 24th, 25th, or 26th at 4 o'clock or later.
I'm good on those
I'm
days.
good on any of those.
It starts, can we do like 5 o'clock,
Sure. On,
24th?
yep.
24th at 5? Or
Okay.
4?
5. Well, you needed 5,
Well,
Brian?
yeah, I'm just.
Fine, I'm good.
Yeah, we've got,
Yeah.
we got staff back in.
Okay, that's fine.
That I just need to get. So 5 o'clock on the 24th is co-curricular. Human Resource Committee. Brian, when would you like them to be together? HR is Judy, Joan, and Brian.
Week of the 23rd?
Yep. Can you want to?
Okay.
What works for you, Brian?
I mean, I have quite a bit of flexibility there. I mean, we have
new teachers.
you know, we have our teachers coming back, so it might limit my, teachers coming back on the 26th, that
Yeah.
limits some daytime
We have new
availability. but
teachers on the,
We do on the 24th before the curriculum meeting.
2 weeks.
What time on the 24th would work for you?
Well, who's all? John?
I've
We're
got a
doing
lot.
human resources?
Yeah, I've got a lot of flexibility. I could do any time on the 24th.
You want to do it at 4 o'clock before before the
Sure.
co-curricular?
Yeah, that would work.
Yeah,
August 24th, 4 o'clock.
yep. Do you need a budget meeting, Steve? No?
Thank you.
What time was it?
Yay, Steve.
Get a break.
At 4 o'clock,
We like-
On Friday, on Tuesday.
August 24th.
Okay.
And this is human resources.
Tim, do you need anything with curriculum, Amy?
Not till the next meeting.
Next thing? All right, that's what I got.
Are we back up?
Brian, how we doing?
We've been recording since we started again.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Meetings happen a little later, but it is.
Well, at least it's approved.
So, am I able to continue?
Oh, yeah.
All right, we're going to be on the referendum timeline. And Rebecca, you can just pull it. I'm not going to go through this in super detail. This is really a rough draft, really for purposes of the board to kind of get your head around what this timeline looks like. From just a talking point standpoint, when you look at a referendum and any planning that would go up to it, you kind of work it backwards. So a November referendum 2022 would require us to have authorization of a resolution in front of the board by the end of August. So that's a little over a year from now. But the work that we have to do that goes into this obviously starts quite a bit earlier, which is really what this timeline is. Just go to the top, Rebecca. There you go, you're fine. The biggest piece I want to just point out is really we have to get to, the enrollment projections are really a key piece of this. We get those in the third Friday in September. We'll work with Mark Roffers, who's done some of our urban planning pieces. He'll work with us to then update some of our projection pieces, utilizing various models we've used in the past. And that'll inform us as we then go into kind of that timeline right around December. So really our fall is really focusing in on enrollment, getting a sense of our enrollment so that then we can apply that to see how we're situated given the models that we had going back a year and a half ago. From that point, you kind of move forward. We're looking at a spring survey of families and community with regards to some of the, you can just stay right there, Rebecca. It's all over the place on that map.
Okay.
And in order to get there, that means we have to have some initial concepts about financials, And we have to have some initial feedback pieces, community-wise and board-wise, on some of the options to narrow them down. We do that sometime around the January and February timeframe, so that when we hit spring, we're ready for a survey to the community that helps us to vet out these options. So that's generally what that looks like. Obviously, these are all pieces predicated on the work as we move forward. And as we look at this enrollment, it'll kind of then inform us as far as our next step. But the last time we met on this, we felt that the earliest time frame for a referendum was fall of 2022. This just starts to outline what that master timeline would look like if you want to hit that time span. So that's generally what it is. So the biggest target to look at is you've got a number of pieces of work throughout the year in order to get to next August when you would actually have to do the resolution. So final decisions don't come for about a year.
Thank you. And we are down to consent agenda. I personally want to pull one thing out. I'd like to pull out the handbook for substitute teachers and assistants. Anybody else want to pull out anything?
I'd like to ask one quick question before I decide if I have to. The annual meeting, if a community member wants to make a motion, does that item have to be on the agenda? If it's not an item that's in the agenda?
Yes.
So when would they have to get it to you by?
Looking to you, Steve.
We'd have to publish
You've
it.
got some specific notice timelines.
Right.
But that would just be the regular required timeline.
It's 2 weeks.
It's 2 weeks for the annual meeting?
Yep.
Okay, so they'd have to get it to you, let's see, our meeting set up October 18th. So by the 1st of October, if you had it, that would work.
It has to be in the paper 2 weeks before.
Okay. All right. I
So
just
that
had
would
it-
back that up because it takes us a week to get it in the paper.
So
So
say
I would
the-
say mid-September.
Well, why don't you just say
They
the
still have time.
September board meeting? That's a good timeline. That way we can all be on the same page if there's a request coming.
I will let them know.
Mark?
Okay, do we need to remove the co-curricular so Jack can vote on everything else? 'Cause as a volunteer coach, you can't vote on the co-curricular.
That's what I was going to do.
Right.
Is hold the
Yep.
co-curricular.
Okay. So we've pulled out the handbook for our substitute teachers and the co-curricular.
Right.
And I could take a motion for everything else.
Motion to approve the rest of the consent agenda.
Second.
Any questions on anything in there? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. So my concern about the substitute teacher one, I'd like to maybe pull that one out first. There's language in there on the pay for substitute teachers, and it's specifically on long-term subs. Long-term subs are people who take over for, 6, 8, 12, sometimes a full semester. The language in there says they get paid $130 a day for the first 10 days, and then it goes up to the rate of a first-year teacher thereafter. I would like that amended so that long-term sub gets paid as a first-year teacher for that entire sequence of time. I think this language is just very outdated and something that, no one can even identify when it was put into this handbook. And teachers work, a long-term sub does the real job, and to be paid only $130 for that first 10 days, I don't think is right. So I would like to amend that before we pass it.
Does the teacher know they're a long-term sub right from day one?
I talked to Brian earlier today, I guess and he said that they actually sign a letter of intent, that they're there for the 6 weeks or 12 weeks. This came up from a substitute in the community, wondering why we have this language. And then I looked into it, and I wonder why we have that language. So,
I think as Brian.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Right. We were just talking about the sub pay, Brian, the long-term sub pay.
Yeah. And Joan and I did have a conversation about it a little bit, and so I guess, is there any questions from the group that I can help?
What do you think the initial 10 days was? Sort of an evaluation period to see if they would continue? Or could continue?
That's an idea. I actually, I wasn't sure, to be honest. I mean, as I share, I think this is a really very historical item. My guess is that it could have been for a combination of cost containment perhaps, or a recognition that maybe at the time that it started, it was a situation where people went out on leave and then all of a sudden they unexpectedly extended those times out. I don't know why that would be. What I'd shared with Joan is right now, and I apologize for not being in here when it first came up, is that about half the districts kind of do something similar to the way we do, which is a 2-rate system, and about half go with the single rate, where it's typically the sub will get a higher rate as soon as you know it's a long-term position, which in our district's experience, you typically almost always know that going in.
And long-term subs are licensed teachers.
Yeah, there are some limitations within licensure that's different. For someone to take a long-term sub position that's longer than 45 days, you have to be licensed for that role. If you have only a short-term sub license, you have to take shorter positions. We typically will try to almost always fill that with a teacher license for that role, as opposed to a general substitute teacher license, which doesn't require educational training beyond a sub-training and a bachelor's degree.
How often do we have long-term subs not finish?
I don't know of that ever occurring, to be honest with you.
They usually go through a process to select them, and they're selecting people who.
Yeah, when we interview for the positions, it's not one where like my office just fills it. We post it with our regular hiring. We look at applicants, and then from there do an interview process.
So,
I guess I think what we had talked about in our conversation is that in the grand scope of the substitute budget, this is not a tremendous amount of money. We have on average maybe 15 long-term subs a year. We're talking about $1,000 for those $15,000 in total. Mm-hmm. Those are generally people we have. For example, this year we've hired some of those folks that were long-term subs last year. We have other people that kind of seek those jobs out, and we use them consistently year after year. I mean, I would say that there is, within the budgetary parameters we have, the need for us to cost contain in that method is not imperative.
If there's interest in it, we're okay with it.
I'm not uncomfortable with.
there hasn't been a motion, I just stated kind of my case. But I would like to make the motion that we pay a long-term sub the same rate for the time that they serve in that position.
So your motion would be to approve the handbook with that amendment, is that right?
Yeah.
Second.
Just one thing we talked about, Joan, and I didn't, is that we typically, with a long-term sub, give them a couple shadow days where they're working in conjunction with the teacher who they're replacing. To me, I would recommend for your consideration is that those shadow days are at a regular sub rate as opposed to the higher per diem. I wouldn't.
Yeah, I would say when they're there in the position.
Yes, correct. They're shadows, so they're learning the kids, they're learning the procedures, they're helping, but they're certainly not in charge.
Any other questions? So, all in favor of amending it to be the same pay for their whole stint instead of the 2 rates, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Thank you. And the last item to come back to is the co-curricular schedule. We need a motion.
I move we accept the co-curricular staffing as recommended.
Thank you. A second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on that? All in favor of accepting the co-curricular report, say aye.
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 Opposed? And you abstain? Anybody opposing? Perfect, thank you. Any other meetings? So we are ready to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you all.
Sorry about that.